Bum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Boo. We're so here. Gamers. Wacky stuff to talk about. Man, Ethan Klein about to lose another fucking lawsuit? Let's go. So instead of being, what, 2 for 2 allegedly, as all the dumbass is saying, he's only gonna be 1 for 4. Not a good record, folks. Not a good record. Not a good record, folks. Not looking good for Mr. Klein, folks, let me tell you. Looking pretty rough, I have to say. Very rough. Not looking great. But that means I get to shit on him. Even more. So, as far as I'm concerned, great. Fantastic. Because shitting on Ethan Klein is always correct, by the way. One should always shit on Ethan. Now, what I'm hoping to get built today is computer manufacturing, more pipe manufacturing, and a bunch of other stuff. I'm hoping. Will Daho be able to pull it off? Find out next time on Fuck You. Ball Z. Oh, because we do need a bunch more pipe. Why? Things that there's a lot of recipes that need a lot of pipe. 50, of course, concrete's never a problem. If we need to make more concrete, we can always just add another section dedicated to making a bunch more concrete. Concrete's easy. Just need water and the limestone. We're just gonna go with the pure recipe. I think we will. 40 per minute, 65. Okay. The ratios are a little awkward, but pure iron ingot recipes good for one thing. It's convenience. Doubles your iron output for very, very little cost. Only thing you have to add is water, and adding in water to any recipe is pretty much free. Sorry, baby, did I wake you up? Another thing that I also want to do is probably increase the amount of rubber that we need. That outpost that's making residual iron, probably going to change it over to making recycled rubber, which is a good recipe, by the way. But I also went out to get a bunch more hard drives because there are a couple of extra alternate recipes I'm looking for. Stuff to do with heavy modular frames. Stuff to do with, whatchamacallit? Crystal oscillators. And we already have our computer recipe. So what I'm going to do is, while we work on our new pipe facility, I'm going to do that necessary research. Of course, we'll also need water. And there's a thing of water pretty close by to here. Yeah, pretty much over there. Could use that. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, roads first. Do you also want to kind of build a solar array? Alright. Let's... Beta! You're a beta. No one asked, Fox Fate. No one asked, plus you're cringe. Now I must wait for more concrete, folks. Alright, we already have some research going on. I'm looking for 2 recipes in particular. Then I'm going to claim a bunch of other stuff from my bank of recipes. Specifically the recycled recipes. A couple of other things, perhaps. Right, recycled plastic. We're gonna get the recycled rubber. Coke steel ingots. 100 per minute, eh? It's a bunch of petroleum coke. Petroleum coke is pretty cheap. Let's see with iron ore. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Okay, so we're going to grab our iron from there, pipe in the water, and then do a bunch of other shenanigans. Tahoe, I can't believe you're damaging your own road infrastructure for no reason. How dare you? Maybe making an additional dimensional depot just to get more fucking concreted per second would be probably good. But that takes more Mercer spheres. I've got a couple I could spare at the moment. Alright, that was one of the recipes I was looking for, the heavy encased frames. And part of the reason why we're making this additional pipe manufacturer, because the current one is heavily strained as is, so we need a lot more. Because the encased industrial beams, that's going to take pipe, because we're using the alternate recipe for this shit. So we are going to need way more pipe. A lot more pipe. So that's one of the things we're looking for. And we're looking to get the alternate crystal oscillator recipe. So, which is the insulated crystal oscillator. Finally make use of some of that rubber we have. And more of that plastic. I could use this recipe, but the problem is that's 1 per minute. I'd rather have about 2 per minute per manufacturer. We don't need a ton of crystal oscillators. It's just good to have a decent amount on hand. Could allow us to make use of crystal computers. But I think the Caterium computer is better. I mean, it strains the Caterium recipe, the Caterium manufacturer, but that shit can output a fuckload more, so I'm not concerned about that. Making Caterium is very, very easy, or quick wire rather is very easy. Cause what? Let's see, computer. Because the regular recipe is dog shit. This recipe is actually pretty good, but this is why I want to make the expanded rubber manufacturing because of this shit. Because we're about to use a whole bunch of rubber. A whole lot of rubber. What's up, IDC? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, we will be talking about our favored dumb fuck Shoeonhead eventually. Just waiting for people to come in a little for now. Oh yeah, fucking Pegasus has no idea what he's fucking talking about when it comes to the Scott Jennings lawsuit. That shit is absolutely defamation. He's just like saying like, well, those are things that HASAN said publicly. It's like, yeah, it is Pegasus. I was gonna say sensitive society. We're gonna talk about sensitive society tomorrow because some funny stuff's happening with sensitive society, and I want to talk about it. It's really funny. Oh, but yeah, but with more Pegasus, the thing with more Pegasus, is, okay, yes, Pegasus, those are all things that HASAN said. Problem, they were cut up in a way to, by Scott Jennings' team to essentially push a position that HASAN does not hold. That's the problem, Pegasus, but you are too much of a dim-witted motherfucker to understand that. Oh yeah, 1000%. But then again, we're like, if you were to say this to someone like more Pegasus, not that I agree, like, I think that he should get sued for being like a complete dumbass because it's going to be like extremely difficult to prove damages and stuff like that within a U.S. court. Even though you could make the argument that yes, Pegasus did slander people like HASAN or Noah Samson, you can. It's just that it's going to be extremely difficult to prove, and it's just going to be, it's too much of a hassle, and I don't think it's worth it at all. Pegasus is a small fry in the metaphorical sort of ocean. Yeah, like, he's, in the grand scheme of things, irrelevant, because most people understand that he's a very low IQ moron, like extremely fucking stupid. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the funny stuff that's going on with sensitive society. I've been meaning to talk about it for some time, but now I have an opportunity to do as such, and it's gonna be funny. At least for me, I think it's gonna be hilarious because I think sensitive society is a fucking loser. What was I saying? Yes, I don't think like it's a good idea to talk about or rather to try to sue Pegasus for defamation. I don't think it's gonna work really. I did not place these correctly. What the fuck am I doing? Mostly because it's like the same thing with like Ethan Klein's sort of like lawsuits. It's going to be difficult to prove. It could potentially have a chilling effect. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think it's a good idea. Yada, yada, yada. Even though, yes, you could make the argument that a lot of this stuff that Pegasus says about, like, HASAN and that general orbit are absolutely fucking defamatory claims. But don't say that to those morons, because they just get real triggered about it, and then try to play, like, semantical word games to try to, I don't know, justify their fucking dumb fuck idiot positions. Oh yeah, man. Vehicle path turns too sharply. Okay, bro. Hard to prove damages, but you can still prove that more Pegabussy. Pegabussy, that's a good one. Is a massive liar and is having history of defamation slander to him admitting to the fact he will keep lying. I've not seen him admitting that he will keep lying. That would be new to me. I mean, if he does say that, I mean, it's like the same. That's like the same shit with think before you sleep. So it doesn't really surprise me. It's like, oh wow, these people are all just like charlatans and liars. It's crazy. Whoa, crazy. They're all just willing to lie. Oh, shock. Was that society more Pegabussy? They can both be sued for slander because of them and their friends worked with TBYS. That led to Illy being doxxed over lines TBYS admitted he created too. Really? Sensitive society and more Pegasus had something to do with them. That's funny. And extremely unsurprising. How the fuck does the vehicle path turn too sharply? That's making fucking sense, man. I don't know if this dumbass shit's a straight line. I don't think your chat is showing the on-screen chat. Wait, what do you mean? Like from YouTube? Okay, something that I found with this with the Sleepy chat, I think it's called the third party, the plugin. It's a little weird with people that it has not seen before. Sorry, baby, I don't want you to fall off. I know. Can you sleep in your bed? Good girl. I know you like sleeping in my chair. See? No, it's a little weird with people who just come in. It gets around to it eventually. It's a little buggy. It's a little weird. Don't worry about it. And there we go. Insulated crystal oscillator. I got the things I was all looking for. Fantastic. Now to grab the other stuff I want. I want, of course, recycled plastic. No, it's something with the app. It's a little weird sometimes. It's no biggie. And I also want... What do I want? Recycled rubber. Lovely. When I call their fanboys out for the fact these creators lie and did slander, but the fact that some of these creators delete their videos privately, then making a retract, but that's exactly what Sensitive Society did, and we're gonna go over the whole shit with Sensitive Society, so we'll have fun with that tomorrow. Which is funny because these creators I called out argue that she deserves it and how TBYS did nothing wrong. Really, they fucking Sensitive Society and Pegasus sided with Think Before You Sleep. I don't know if those guys know who Think Before You Sleep is. I don't know if they know. I mean, they both swept for Tectone, so I mean, whatever. They're just probably just like, this guy seems like a really cool internet dude. It's like, that guy's a fucking Nazi. If Sensitive Society, if Think Before You Sleep had his way, fucking Sensitive Society and more Pegasus would be either killed or deported violently. So, yeah, I listen. Of all the people that you motherfuckers should simp for, that's one of the motherfuckers that you should not be simping for. It is very, very stupid of you guys to be doing that. But then again, we are talking about Sensitive Society and more Pegasus. Those guys are extremely unintelligent. Like, very stupid. Very, very genuinely dim-witted people. People, quote-unquote. All I know is that Sensitive Society constantly complained about his uncle stealing 60 grand from him, and I say good for the uncle. So I'm gonna be honest here. W uncle. W uncle for stealing money from a extremely dim-witted, low IQ motherfucker. That's a W unk. Yeah, rare unk W. Rare unk W. That's an unk W, dude. Okay, I need to build this facility, which will make me more pipes. Oh boy, pipes. Oh, they're associates with fucking... okay, I don't know if those motherfuckers know, but I guarantee you those jabronis, those like fucking freaks like a Cheeto, Turkey Tom, and Diesel Patches are definitely calling people like Sensitive Society and that motherfucker more Pegasus fucking slurs behind their backs. 1000%. I mean, the thing with those guys is that they're just leeches. Like, they don't have any original content. They're not really, like, all that interesting. So. That's why I bullied them. Because I don't think that they should be able to make content. I'll be honest. Yes, I am for the deplatforming of people like more Pegasus and Sensitive Society and WestJet. Mostly because, God, their fucking content is just terrible. It's like, literally do anything else with your lives. Besides make content, because you guys are fucking bad at it. Yeah, we make some exceptions to bullying, Pepe. We make a couple of exceptions here in the Daharumba show. Alright. Listen, the great words of Filthy Frank. Sometimes you gotta bully a couple people. And it's okay. Because some people do need to be bullied. Or rather, what Filthy Frank was talking about was prejudice equality. Everybody gets shit. And I agree with that. I agree with that concept wholeheartedly. Filthy Frank is correct about prejudice equality. Clipped and shipped. Time for the twit longer canceling Da Harumba. It's over for me. Rob Media only criticized Think Before You Sleep to cover his ass after arguing in favor of T-Boy getting illy doxxed. Hilarious. After the Tectone thing because of how bad it looks. Didn't Rob's Media, and if I recall correct, I don't know 100% about, like, much about Rob's Media. That dude just basically makes, like, shitty drama commentary stuff as well, right? Or something like that. Many such cases with a lot of, well, talentless hacks. I need some more concrete. God damn it. And all good. Alright, clean all this shit up because we don't need it. Yeah, Rob is the same as the other idiots himself, and I think he used to follow Tectone till the court thing happened, so I'm not going to say much, but looking at how him and his buddies treated... Dude. I treated Chris Tyson to how they treated doctors disrespecting Tectone shows you a lot about themselves. You know, gotta have a problem with the transes, but not with the pedophile rapists. So, whatever. Dude, you guys don't understand. We have to be fair to the pedophiles, but not to the transes. Because they're all inherently pedophilic, obviously. I am a dumbfuck anti-woke slop tent creator, and I am very, very smart. Alright, that should be about... Where's our pure iron ingot? Lovely. 520 of this stuff. Not bad. Especially when we pull the trigger on the updates. Or not updates, upgrades. Let's produce a lot more. It's going to be kind of difficult to try to scale this up if we need more. Because building vertically with refineries is not exactly the greatest proposition. I mean, we can always just build another copy of this stuff over there. So, meh. Okay, what's our numbers here? It's not a lot of water per minute. Very little, actually. Okay. Not bad. Next bit we'll need are the refineries, obviously. Or rather, not the refineries, the foundries. Speaking of TBYS, more Pegabus since it's assigned their crew. One of these creators that helped the harassment and drama to the doxing and... Uh, 40 per minute. So this is 520. So 13 of these I can sustain. That's 780. Almost enough. That's enough for one tier 5. Who's now distancing himself without condemning what they did. And what he did was contribute to what happened is Live made a video about sensitive society himself just now. Are you talking about Sleepy? I'm about to say, Sleepy fucking hates sensitive society. One, two, three, four. Seven, eight. Cannot fit a ninth. Actually, we could if we move all these shitters over. Really? Pretty sure Sleepy's just not a fan at all of what's his name? Of Think Before You Sleep. I mean, he definitely thought it was insane what Think Before You Sleep said in terms of all the sweeping he was doing. Well, listen, everyone used to be cringe back in the day, okay? Everyone did used to be cringe. Then again, I'm not exactly sure what like Sleepy did, but whatever. I don't think the Taliban terrorists have come in quite yet, Boy Meets Mini. Not yet. They may show up eventually. Ah, interesting. He isn't better himself and he took part of it. But of course he removed this video and previous videos after the doxing to cover himself. Mind you, his thumbnail was shown in the Noah video on it. Gotcha. What's up, Big Jerry? Well, that's bad of Sleepy. Bad Sleepy. Sleepy being bad. But like I said, a lot of these like drama commentary types are, for the most part, not particularly great. Inserts Balashro reference talking about how instead of getting okay, Sleepy was just using these idiots as the only source and repeating what they said. Yeah, that's bad then. Not good, Sleepy. That's bad, Sleepy. I am curious as to what he probably would think, what he would probably think now of that whole drama, given how it played out. That's what I'm curious about. Listen, I will admit, I've been a bit of a Sleepy stan, okay? Yeah, mostly because of the later videos. I'm not sure 100% of what, like, Sleepy's, main position on that, well, whatchamacallit, on the whole Illymations doxing situation from TBYS was. Because I never really engaged with a lot of his older content. But I have no, without like a shadow of a doubt in my mind, I would not be surprised if there's a lot of fucking terrible shit in it. Like I said, everyone's had their like cringe moments and whatnot. But yeah, it would be a good thing to apologize and retract, not just delete the video. Which I do find it to be funny, because Sleepy was criticizing Sensitive Society for just deleting a video and not issuing any statement or apologies or retracting statements. Because if what you're saying is correct, then yeah, that's a bit of a hypocritical thing of Sleepy to be saying. A little hypocritical. Listen, like I said, for many of these drama commentary YouTubers, for a lot of them, it's critical support, people. Critical support. Critical support. Yikes. Indeed. Do I add another row of refineries? I think I will add another row of refineries. Fuck it. Recording about reacting to his video on it. I was like the other creators, but there are part where he can be nuanced, but he forces himself to villainize her and defending him. Okay. On a first order principle, one should never defend Think Before You Sleep. Think Before You Sleep is a charlatan and a fucking liar. Think before you sleep is an admitted liar, right? And since think before you sleep is a Nazi, and Nazis as a first order principle have to lie in order to justify their dumbass positions, nothing from a Nazi's mouth can ever be fucking trusted at any point in time. Literally nothing. About the fact he's being hypocritical. It wasn't wrong calling these people out, but the fact he doesn't practice it himself is an issue. Yes, that's definitely an issue. Listen, we are still of critical support of Sleepy. Critical support. But yes, it would be good if he practiced himself. I can think of one thing you trust Nazis on if they say they're Nazis. That's true. Did not place these the way I wanted to. Fuck my life. Place this wrong again. God, Jesus Christ. What the fuck am I doing? Sure, IDC. Linux? What are you, a fucking nerd? Imagine being a Linux loser. Nyeh. We got a Linux tard, folks. Or what was it? What was the fucking dumbass thing that those dumbasses were saying? A Lunix tard, was it? Boy Meets Me? I don't remember. The term these fucking weirdos were saying. Yeah, fuck a Lunix tard. Alright, dude. Go one. That was actually the video that I was going to watch about sensitive society. Because the point is that I just want to shit on sensitive society because I hate him. Pretty simply put. Because I think he's a fucking loser. It's like, man, imagine being such a sensitive little snowflake. It's like these guys think that they're so hard, and they're like such big dick chads, and then, you know, the slightest bit of criticism and pushback, calling them fucking losers, comes out, and then all of a sudden they immediately fold. It's like, wow, you people are fucking pussies. Like, Jesus, go fuck yourselves. I have no sympathy or mercy for you people. You deserve none. You don't deserve it, folks. Yeah, the problem is that it's very difficult to prove that. So, good luck with that. Mostly because of that, and the optics of it is just, like, rancid. I don't think it's a good idea. That's a standard recipe. That's the recipe we want. True, sensitive society, a Cheeto, more Pegabussy, and their crew are gay homophobes for each other. That P. Diddy looks straight. That's true. Okay, so my calculations are correct. This should be 1040. 1040. Each one of these takes 40 each. Let's do this. To make my life a little easier. These get split up into segments of 4. We're gonna be making a lot of pipe. Okay, with these being split up in segments of 4, it's gonna be 80 each, 320. That's about 5 of these things. Because we do not have the throughput for this, technically speaking. So since we don't have the technical throughput for this, we gotta be a little creative. By being a little creative, we could just do a little this. And that should work. So it's going to be 6.5. So half, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lovely. Then we do the same thing again. So each one of these 6.5 produces 780 780 steel ingots per minute. Which would be Mark 5 belts. Which we do not have the throughput for. Curses. This alone can get all these channels in trouble, especially on how they all lied, misrepresenting her video by repeating what he told them to believe. So they were in contact with Think Before You Sleep. Interesting. Because if that is true, that's pretty bad. Because Think Before You Sleep is a known liar. He lies about literally everything. But to be fair to all these guys, in a very hyper-technical sense. It is entirely possible that Think Before You Sleep was, of course, being a complete liar about the whole situation. And may have used the fact that a lot of these dudes did not know about the situation at hand and just took Think Before You Sleep at face value, which is a problem in of itself, because one should never take anything from Think Before You Sleep at face value, but it's entirely possible that they simply lacked the knowledge. You know, before making their content or videos and whatnot. So, you know. There is an asterisk in terms of all this bullshit. What's up, Alex? Alright, where's our Chicago crime report, Alex? You think you can just come in here, wave and chat, and not be held accountable for your actions? And you can think that's just okay? Whoa, 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 Boy Meets Mini. Don't you mean the Lunix tards, or whatever the fuck the term is? Yeah, not every Linux user is going to be a trans puppy girl. Unfortunately, Alex. I was lied to. Well, I mean, if you want to find your trans puppy girl GFs or whatever, go to Warhammer instead. They will all play Warhammer. Guaranteed. This is 50 steel ingots. Each row is 780. Okay. Let's do something like this. I also have to consider how much fucking concrete this shit's also going to consume. We may need more concrete production. I have quite a lot, but this may potentially start to tax it quite a bit. It's about 960 per minute. My calculations are correct. Oh fuck, there was actual crime this time. Shooting happened about a mile from where you live. Fucked up traffic when they closed the streets. Damn! Actual crime. That's crazy. But what I could do is I can scale down for now and then scale up again. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm only going to do 5 of these, although I can definitely handle more. So we're just going to do 5 of these. Because we don't have the throughput. Nor do I have the concrete production for this quite yet. All Daho has to worry about is a moose loose in the hoose. Boy meets Minnie. Execute. Just got back, was doing something, but yeah, I see where you're coming from. The issue is that this... Well, it isn't these... it isn't that difficult because all of these people made it clear that they didn't watch her video, but only watched TBYS and took his words. That's fair. Then they probably also should have watched her video. A lot of themselves are friends or mutuals, as well as some of them citing each other's videos while taking her out of context or using TBYS's version of her clips. As well as they need to do is use TBYS first video as their only proof, because his videos started at and all the proof and evidence of slander and defamation to the parts he's telling people to take his words for it, not to hear what she said, as well as using his video. As well as using his video alone can be all the proof they need to show that yes, all these channels are guilty of defamation, as well as the fact that they use his video as their sources or use each other videos as their only sources, yet never watched her video too. Some admitted to her not watching your video. Very cool. Because if they just took his words at face value, did no fact checking, yes, then they are still guilty for intentionally spewing slander. That's fair. To some of them, like more Pegabussy, Diesel Patches admitted such self-report. Well, Diesel Patches is like a far-right weirdo. He would just take... that's a little bit of a different case with the Diesel Patches, where Diesel Patches is just a far-right weirdo, right? So, he would just take Think Before You Sleep's narrative at face value. Or like Memology. Memology would also do the same. News Live, they would do it again, which is why SS Sensitive Society talked about how he DM'd TBYS about the drama, as well as a Cheeto platform TBYS. A Cheeto is a Nazi, so, you know. Well, Nick Fuentes and blah, 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 blah. And celebrating to excusing what happened to Turkey Tom not fact-checking. Well, that's because Turkey Tom's a lazy, dumb fucking idiot. So there's that. The platform collabing with TBYS and going to Destiny about it to push the lie. Or Destiny asked Tom to watch your video and he avoided to answer the question. That's funny. Tom literally saw and heard Noah showing proof that TBYS was lying, and Tom still argued that it isn't proof at all. Well, okay, here's the thing. Also, with the thing with Turkey Tom is he's also a right-wing fucking weirdo as well. So there's that as well. And he has like a hatred of women, I think. Similar to Think Before You Sleep. So Turkey Tom's like behavior is not really surprising. Bro just hates women. Sometimes it really is just that simple. Oh yeah. Oh, man. Alright, assuming everything goes well with this build, this will produce about 1,000 pipe a minute. So I'll be good. That'll take care of my pipe demands, I think, for a long while. Tom literally saw and heard Noah showing proof TBYS was lying. Tom still argued. Mind you, on their stream, Noah explained and proved that she never tried to deplatform him. It was a lie. Yet Tom literally argued that is proof that she did do it. Well, have you ever considered that Turkey Tom hates women? Whoa, crazy. I don't know, guys. I think Turkey Tom hates women. Yeah, shocker. Radical. I know. When you said, if I need to find a trans girl, I should play Warhammer. I get these cringe ads about trans women being on some dating app, and the comments are full of transphobic freaks. I could see myself get targeted by such an ad. The political content I watch. But how are transphobic freaks being targeted by those ads? Because they're all closeted. If you constantly obsess over trans people, the phone's going to hear that, and they're just going to be like, this guy really likes trans people for some reason. I'm going to push trans shit on them. And that's how the trans agenda wins, folks. That's how they win. Those dang transes. Those darned transes. We're doing a little bit of Pepe posting here. Just a little Pepe posting. Okay, so that's going to be for the pipe. We need to bring in concrete, coal. The iron and the water will come from other places. I think that's it, right? Coal. Iron ingots we're going to be making here, obviously. And concrete. Okay, yeah. Concrete, coal. That's going to be the coal. That's going to be the concrete. Easy. Lovely. Funny part is that only one channel didn't delete his video, but he did apologize, made a retraction after I explained it to him. Oh, look at you. Nice. Pipe load 2. We're making differences in the world, folks. Let me tell you. Coal. Pipe. Unload. Whereas one channel went back to look to see sources and admitted that yes, the sources were biased and apologized for spewing false info. Mind you, there's only one channel that retracted. Gotcha. Oh wait, no, this should be the coal. This should be concrete. Starting nightly walks, and despite the shooting, is still more afraid of those Nazi freaks. As one should be. Because they are very, very freakish. Alright, I'm going to put these vehicle paths down first, and then we'll start on the Shoeonhead video, because constantly pausing while putting down vehicle paths is extremely fucking annoying, because you're forced to have to cancel out of this shit. It's annoying and I hate it. I've been meaning to talk about that whole, like, random ass fucking washed up NBA players going into the WNBA draft or something, in order to make some, like, weird, I don't know, talking point about girls and women's sports or some shit. Because it's very weird, by the way. It is very, very strange behavior. It's like, okay, you guys are, a little weird. A little obsessed. You know, the pattern of behavior is a little strange, but, you know. Dude's a massive hypocrite for crying about sensitive society. Nah. I'm just mostly going to use the video, because I don't really care about like all of Jar's hypocrisies in terms of. I have no doubt that Jar's probably a hypocrite, probably. I mostly just want to shit on sensitive society, because that guy's a fucking moron. Okay, cool. That's all of this done. We will need to make more concrete, though. We do have a lot of concrete nodes. I do believe we will need more concrete. Should be fine, though. Problem is that we just don't have whatever. Why not kill two birds with one stone by making fun of both of those losers? I just don't know as much about Just a Robot, that's why. I do not know much about his story, so I'm mostly just going to be focusing on sensitive society. Because as far as I can tell, Just a Robot did not do sweeping for Tectone. So, you know, we can give Just a Robot that. Critical support and all that. Ugh. Simple. Jar is as much of a right-wing grifting bigot and is no different to Tectone himself, where he only wants to he only went after Tectone for the same reason Rob's Media did, to cover for themselves. Gotcha. Dr. Toilet Titan. That's crazy. It's a good name. Yeah, this is Satisfactory. We're satisfying your factories. No power. Oh, I didn't fucking connect to the main node. Alright, shitting on Shoeonhead time. Very important. One must always shit on Shoeonhead. Both Rob and Jar defended TBYS, but of course, only trying to cover themselves after the Tectone thing. But the dude has a history of pedo-like things if you look into his history, but not saying too much. I have also heard of that as well, IDC. But listen, here's the thing with that. Not particularly important. Again, like I said, I mostly just want to focus on sensitive society. when we talk about it. Because I just want an excuse to shit on sensitive society, but yeah. Yes. Io sono in Canada. Am mutat in Canada când am fost vreo 2 ani. That's my dream. I mean, it's okay here. It's okay. All right. I don't want to move my dumbass out of the way. Oh, Seattle's expensive, yeah. That is true. Seattle is very expensive, folks. Same thing with Vancouver. Well, from what I understand, it's gone like slightly better, I think. I don't know. Something Vosh. Madaho, Vosh is moving from Seattle. He's leaving. He's going to the Netherlands. That's true. True, but at the same time, making fun of both loses is as much fun. That's fair. Anyway, let's get started. Clowning on Nextaku as he tried to clown on Sensitive when both are the same people. Did Nextaku clown on Sensitive Society? Nah. We're getting distracted here. I'm getting distracted. Alright. Well. Our favored trad wife LARPer. Dumbass fucking bimbo who basically adopts the positions of whatever her fucking boyfriend believes. Many such cases, by the way. With Shoeonhead's entire fucking content output. But Daho, she was always been consistent in terms of her anti-woke advocacy. Not really. Shoeonhead is basically just adopting the right-wing framing and talking points that she has right now because of the fact that she has married some fucking some tradcath fucking loser in eudaimonia, right? When I initially talked about Shoeonhead, of her just basically not reflecting on anything after 12 years as being a fucking content creator, a lot of her dumb fuck fans are saying, like, she's been consistent about her beliefs for all of that time. How do you not know about that, libtard? And it's just like, bro, okay, the reason why I'm shitting on Shoeonhead in particular, they were also, like, basically commenting about how I should, like, script things more. Fuck that, don't care, suck my dick. Yeah, she's really not been consistent in terms of any of her beliefs whatsoever. Because, again, the thing with Shoeonhead is that she is wholeheartedly just willing to go back on a bunch of her left-leaning beliefs that she supposedly had. For what purpose exactly? Oh, depending on what her fucking boyfriend believes. The problem with Shoeonhead is that she's not capable of thinking for herself. Because, again, given the fact that she is as much of a terminally online fucking weirdo as she is, it makes it such that it is extremely difficult for her to be able to, formulate any of her own thoughts and opinions on her own, right? And that's the main fucking issue. If you are in such a shut-in fucking bubble like Shoeonhead has been for, at this point, over a decade, it makes it such that your analysis becomes rather fucking blinkered, and that's kind of the problem. It makes you become extremely fucking lazy, and in many instances, completely and utterly audience captured. and incapable of basic fucking thought of for yourself, which is absolutely the case for fucking Shoeonhead. But that all aside, the reason why I want to take a look at this fucking video is for one simple reason and one simple reason only. Or rather, just to because I almost forgot to mention, to wrap up my point in terms of Shoeonhead's consistency, quote unquote, her being apparently very, very consistent. The only reason why Shoeonhead is adopting the fucking positions that she's adopting is because of Balenciaga Gate. That is it. Where she just got triggered about the fact that she knowingly spread a bunch of misinformation about Balenciaga, palled around with a bunch of far right fucking weirdos. For what reason exactly? Meh. And then just got triggered about the fact there was a bunch of woke 1.0 annoying fucking liberals who typically I would say are stupid and fucking annoying, and I would agree with Shoeonhead in that particular instance. But the problem is that they are correct in terms of their assessments in terms of of Shoeonhead in that one instance. Very, very rare woke skull W. And everyone should know how much I consistently shit on woke scolds, and I've talked about the problems that I have had with woke 1.0. It's a consistent sort of pattern that I have had in terms of my, shall we say, career, for lack of a better term. So, the problem is that Shoeonhead had a really stupid fucking take. She was basically told and outlined the reasons for as to why she was wrong, and then she decided to not learn any lessons from it whatsoever because she's in a bubble of her own fucking creation. And as a byproduct, she is now adopting more further right-leaning positions because she just refuses to reflect and learn any of the fucking lessons about people saying Shoo, this is why you are clearly wrong. We do not know why you're doing this, but you're being very, very wrong and annoying about this for no reason. But Shoeonhead was not hearing any of it and would prefer to stay buddies with all of the far-right weirdos that also fucking liked her for whatever reason. Again, as Vosh himself said, during the end of his video where he did the whole Balenciaga takedown of you, is you palling around with all the right-wingers that you do, Shoe. They also notice it, and they also start to say, Shoeonhead's one of us. She's cool with us. Blah, 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 blah. That's not a good thing, Shoe. That is a bad thing, and it's something that should be actively criticized quite heavily. But again, you decided to let this, Balenciaga Gate break your fucking brains for, no fucking goddamn reason. And for what? Because a bunch of people were correctly calling you out for the fact that you decided to be a stupid shithead when it came to that whole sort of situation. So there's that. Anywho, ramble aside for as to why Shoeonhead is not consistent in any of her fucking beliefs, and she basically just had her brain broken by specifically one event, and then she just got real triggered and then became a far-right LARPing trad wife as a byproduct. So, obviously I've talked about the problems with Woke 1.0 consistently. It was overly censorious. I do not think a lot of the things that the woke scolds sort of talk about is actively really effective in terms of rhetoric or politics whatsoever. I think a lot of the stuff that the woke scolds were generally speaking pushing for, and a lot of their methodologies and beliefs were not effective politically, and I have been quite consistent in terms of that as well, much to my own fucking chagrin, for lack of a better term. Anywho, I mostly wanted to go over this video for one simple reason and one simple reason only. I have been seeing some very, very idiotic clips about this video popping up on the fucking timeline, with AOC being mentioned as being a proponent of Woke 1.0. And I find that to be rather perplexing. Now, AOC got into office during Woke 1.0. It's okay, yeah, there's that. She got into office during that time, and the only question that I have to ask is, again, the moniker of Woke 1.0 is its overly censorious nature, and the fact that these are people who are mostly just pretending to be as socially aware as they are for easy fucking brownie points online, doing the whole lunch table politics stuff. And she brought up specifically both HASAN and AOC being guilty of that behavior. And I'm just like, what are you fucking talking about, bro? What overly censorious campaigns have they gone on to sort of basically push? Like, if we are going to talk about, like, COVID misinformation, then okay, maybe, but I would make the argument that I would actually be, in fact, okay with that because of the fact that there was an active plague running around Shoeonhead, and there's a bunch of people that are getting killed by said fucking plague within the United States of America. I think actively shutting down a lot of misinformation around COVID, I think, is actually a good thing, because it leads to less deaths from a disease. Because what Trump wanted to do was just have the disease just sweep through the United States of America, damn the people who would die from it, who gives a shit, open up the economy. We have to do this all for the fucking stock market, which is significantly worse. And for someone who purports to not be a big fan of the corpos and whatnot, you should have a problem with that, Shoeonhead. But, you know, I'm going off on a little bit of fucking ramble/tangent here, of course. Those are the main clips that I've mostly seen online of Shoeonhead talking about this whole sort of MAGA was right, we were crazy, are Democrats okay? When talking about the quote-unquote overly censorious nature of woke 1.0, which I do admit there was an over-censorious quality about woke 1.0, but to try to say that it was HASAN and AOC being the main purveyors of that because they're trying to quote-unquote back away from woke 1.0, Shoe. One of the main things that HASAN is trying to sue Scott Jennings over in terms of a defamation lawsuit was clips of him during woke 1.0 arguing with woke scolds. So again, Shoe, what are you fucking talking about? You are incredibly, I mean, you're already showing that you're incredibly out of your depth and do not have any fucking knowledge or idea about what the fuck you are talking about. Preamble aside, what do we have here?
So my last video was about woke one, a new phrase coined by leftists and Democrats online that is being used to distance themselves from the terrible PR disaster that was the last few years for the left.
Was it because of woke 1.0 or was it because of Joe Biden not being for anything? I don't think woke 1.0 is the main reason for as to why the Democrats are a PR disaster. It's because of the fact that the Democrats don't believe in anything. And I've talked about this before. That's not the main reason why nobody fucking likes liberals. In fact, a bunch of malarkey. In fact, during that entire campaign during 2024, there was no mentions of trans people. There was no mentions of quote-unquote social issues. It was incredibly fucking vacuous, blithering nonsense from Kamala Harris. So, again, I'm already starting to fail to see of the, I don't know, mainstream Democrats who are trying to back away from woke 1.0. I'm failing to see what exactly Shoeonhead is getting at here. You know, maybe she'll explain.
In America. Nancy Pelosi kneeling in full African garb to honor George Floyd? Why, that was just woke one. And how, in my opinion, that was not woke one. And how woke one actually started in like 2012, 2014 with Gamergate, Me Too, you know, Tumblr era feminism, the whole pre-Trump era.
I also disagree with that whole sort of thing. If we're talking about, like, you know, the whole cancel culture, culture vulture fucking bullshit, again, if we want to do the whole infinite regress of this, I would make the argument that it would be satanic panic or, say, the rise of Christian evangelicism, right? That mostly did the culture war stuff first. And those are mostly things that were being pushed by the right, Shoeonhead. Or even, like, the whole sort of, like, panic around, like, rock and roll music, for example. Like, Elvis and his gyrating hips, for lack of a better term. Again, all started by a bunch of annoying right-wingers.
Wokeness, before it was even called woke.
I don't even think woke 1 was actually accepted by Democrats. I think I can agree with this, right? Because, again, besides all the quote-unquote woke shit that was Woke 1.0 was pushing, specifically around, say, yes, games causing violence is a good point there as well, Drake. Fantastic point. Forgot about that one. If we're talking about a lot of the police reforms that people were trying to push for during Woke 1.0 as a byproduct of Black Lives Matter, the Democrats didn't adopt any of them. And the lion's share of the BLM protests were happening during Joe Biden's administration. So, again, if we're talking about, like, reforms to the police within America, none of that fucking happened. And the Democrats didn't adopt any of that because they were more afraid of, like, Republicans attacking them for being, I don't know, too soft on crime. Great, Democrats. Very cool.
And I talked about how I don't want them to rewrite history and pretend this all started in, like, 2020. After uploading that video on Woke 1, I thought I was free. That I would never have to hear the insufferable, delusional term, Woke 1, ever
Alright, time for all the Twitter threads.
again. I thought I could finally move on with my life. Yeah, I thought.
What do you make of those controversial statements I'm sure you've seen? I mean, she's, the Thanksgiving dust up, abolished prisons, abolished police.
Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of
Right,
that,
she's moved away from it. Of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. I have a local city councilman that has this saying, Woke 1 was crazy.
Yeah, Chiose. Yeah, we're talking about the AOC interview. Again, like, I have to ask Shoeonhead and her dumb fuck viewers this question. In what way was AOC doing the overly performative social bullshit, or like social sort of like justice politics during Woke 1.0? Could you make the argument it was because of, I don't know, Nancy Pelosi keeping her on a leash? There's kind of complicated reasonings for as to why that is the case, because I'm assuming that's what Shoeonhead's going to talk about. There's a lot of complicated political reasonings for as to why that is the case. When AOC first came into office, she was a bit of a political firebrand and was talking about how she doesn't care if she only serves one term in Congress. She's going to do everything possible to try to improve material conditions for her constituents as much as she can. So Nancy Pelosi got a protest by AOC and also the Sunrise Movement, I believe it was the Sunrise Movement, in her office, like, more or less on day one of AOC getting into office at Nancy Pelosi's door. She did, like, a whole sit-in protest and whatnot. And Nancy Pelosi was not okay with that, obviously. Why? Because Nancy Pelosi is evil. Very effective politically, but she is evil nonetheless. And the only reason why AOC has the wiggle room that she now has is because Hakeem Jeffries is like a literal fucking deer in the headlights, like Lovecraftian fish person. He barely understands what's going on half the time. So he's incredibly ineffective politically in comparison to that of, say, Nancy Pelosi. In comparison. Yeah, oops all Nancy. That's true, they're saying. So, if we're going to talk about AOC basically being put on a leash by Nancy Pelosi and why didn't she become more aggressive, we can talk about that, sure. I have some agreements and criticisms of AOC there. But if I were to make a bet, I think AOC decided to make a more effective political calculus, saying that if I'm in Congress for much longer, because she was still popular throughout the whole time when she was playing patty cake with the Democratic Party. She was still extremely popular. Very, very, very popular. As a byproduct of that, she decided to play a little bit of a long game instead and wanted to be effective politically within the Democratic Party. So that meant playing along to get along, which, piss off a lot of the more class reductionist sort of like lefty dumbfucks, your Breonna Joy Grays of the world, and also the Jimmy Dores of the world. But then again, those people were never interested in practicing effective politics. Which I assume is probably going to be the exact argument that Shoeonhead is also going to make, because she herself is also a bit of a class reductionist, but I digress. We'll probably get to that when we get to that. If I were a betting man, of course. The thing is, AOC, I think, is proving to be correct, I would say. She's the most popular politician within the country, in the United States of America. Everybody likes her, except for, like, really stupid, annoying people on the right. She's been proven to be an incredibly effective political actor, and is proving to may potentially also go for a presidential run. I do think she's probably going to go for a presidential run. I still don't agree with the fact that she might go with a presidential run. I think that she should go for a senatorial run, in my personal opinion, but that's neither here nor there. If that's what AOC ultimately wants to do, that's ultimately her decision amongst her team and whatever, blah, 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 blah. So, I'm going on a little bit of a long tangent here. Basically, what I think AOC is up to, for lack of a better term, is she is basically just, or rather, she has bided her time, was just essentially waiting around for a very, very long moment until she can, be proven to be as politically effective as she is. And is just willing to play along to get along, to be able to build relationships within Congress, to get to committee positions, because initially she didn't have any committee positions, and then she played the long game, decided to play the long game, and as a result, in order to, ingratiate herself into the Democratic Party apparatus, to play the whole inside-outside game, and then as soon as she has ingratiated herself within the political system, she may turn on the jets in order to become a more aggressive, like, class advocate, for lack of a better term.
Now, as an ex-AOC fangirl, I feel like I am well within my rights to say, not so fast, bitch. I watched these people go from anti-establishment, fighting the man, become the most preachy, buck-broken, neutered HR department Karen.
I have been gifted, sadly, with foresight and prophecy.
In real time. I remember when she broke away from the Bernie Sanders campaign after he dared go on Joe Rogan. I watched this all happen, and I held on. I held on for a long time. Many would say too long, in fact. But this clip of AOC talking about woke one really solidified how I've been feeling for the past few.
Immediate question for Shoeonhead. Would you still say that she is quote-unquote buck-broken by Nancy Pelosi? Nancy Pelosi is gone. She is no longer a political factor, and the national leadership under the Democratic Party is incredibly weak. If anything, AOC deciding to play the long game has been rather successful for her, because now she has a lot of wiggle room in order to be able to maneuver and make moves. She's been campaigning everywhere across the South, talking about very populist issues like being anti-AI data centers, which the National Democratic Party is absolutely for. She went all over the place in the United States of America, selling out venues everywhere with Bernie Sanders during the Fight Oligarchy Tour, which is also against the National Democrats. So, Shu, I have to ask this question. In what way is AOC buck-broken? What do you mean by this? I'm just asking some questions.
Few years. In this video, I will be responding to AOC trying to walk back woke one in what I can only assume is a desperate attempt to distance herself from the more crazy people in her movement before a future presidential run. Now, while politicians are...
Yeah, okay. Man, I love being gifted with the, the gift of prophecy and foresight. Yeah, she's gonna make the whole dumb fuck class reductionist Nosbol arguments. I'm calling it right now.
Are out here trying to dodge accountability for things that they've said and done. The rest of us are out here figuring out how the fuck we're gonna afford anything. People are getting squeezed from every direction. Rent costs too much, groceries cost too much, everything costs.
Wait, and AOC is not constantly talking about effective, populist political messaging? Well, Shu, God, holy fuck, Jesus, ugh. AOC is not currently pushing for effective populist political messaging at the moment. Are you sure about that, Shu? At this current moment? Is she still a woke 1.0 crusader? Is she doing, like, woke scold cancel mobs? What are you talking about? Okay, dude. Nice meme.
Too much. At this point, I'm scared to open my wallet because I know it's gonna be empty. Actually, that's not true. It's full of just random gift cards from 2011 that I've never used.
Shu, you have a fucking 2.5 million sub channel that's constantly growing and is consistently getting 1 million views a pop on all the dumb fucking videos that you release. You are okay. AOC's raising prices and pocketing the money. I read it on the internet. Yeah, exactly. This is nonsense already.
I don't even know what half this stuff is. But thankfully, I have a product that can help with just that. So before we get into today's video...
Nope. Ad. I don't care about your ads. Fuck your ads. It's Bridge Wallet or something. Whatever. Francesca Hong. Listen, I've talked about Francesca Hong already. I don't know. Are we just going to do the same, like, dumb fuck talking points that all the right-wingers are saying? That I can't believe that Francesca Hong is anti-holiday. And listen, I will say that all of her tweets on, I don't know, being as anti-holiday as she is, for example, were kind of cringe and stupid. And then I learned that she was a restaurant worker. And then I thought to myself, oh, it makes a lot more sense where she's coming from with this in particular. Like, and by the way, in that election, Shu, okay, if she's gonna complain about Francesca Hong doing the stupid anti-holiday bullshit, then yeah, her being called the dumb fuck far-right weirdo is absolutely fucking appropriate, because again, Francesca Hong talks about all the populist issues that you're supposed to care about there, Shoeonhead. And guess who fucking won? Oh, David Crowley, who's a literal creature of the swamp. So again, like, Shu, you're being stupid and you're not thinking because of the fact that AOC said during an interview that woke 1.0 was fucking crazy. And you're deciding to glam onto the whole, like, far-right, framing on Francesca Hong for what exactly? For nothing? Okay. Let me see if I've been cursed yet again with the gift of foresight.
You see the real... This is the politician AOC and the interviewer are talking about. Francesca Hong is a progressive DSA candidate who recently lost her primary. Francesca Hong has a few interesting tweets from 2020. Who among us?
Okay, 2020.
Does not. But most notably, one about wanting to cancel Thanksgiving. Cancel Thanksgiving. Should have done this in 1621. If it takes a worldwide pandemic for us to realize we should stop celebrating colonialism and the original super spreader event that killed indigenous folks and women, so be it. Please don't gather.
Again, literally fucking... This shit was 6 years ago. And I've talked about this before, but woke 1.0 was baby's first leftism for a lot of people. And I would also assume... probably also for Francesca Hong, who is, again, a restaurant worker. So it kind of makes sense why she probably is not a particularly big fan of holidays. She's talked about this from Valentine's Day. She talked about how she doesn't like Valentine's Day. She's talked about how she doesn't like Christmas either. Can we say that the tweets are overall cringy? Yeah, sure, whatever. But during Woke 1.0, where it was baby's first fucking leftism for a ton of fucking people, and Francesca Hong got into power and then matured in terms of her fucking political takes, and sort of like her acumen in positions, she eventually matured and stopped talking about that stuff because it's like, it's not optically palatable and there's not really much of a point in fucking complaining about this. Yeah, woke 0.1.0. It was the beta. Yeah, exactly, Drake. Everyone was saying dumb shit during 2020. I probably said a bunch of stupid shit during 2020 because everyone was more and more starting to getting into more left-leaning politics during that era. It was a very, very common sight. Like, again, the murder of George Floyd and the BLM protests was a huge activating moment for a lot of people. And the fact that there was a bunch of fucking woke scolds being stupid and annoying about it, and then emerging out of that, makes sense. It makes sense, because a lot of people were not operating with a lot of the class politics that we sort of are operating more and more and more with at this particular juncture, right? People have matured politically and have come to the realization, because again, one of the biggest problems with Woke 1.0 was the fact that the Democratic Party, for example, was as popular as it was, still enjoying about like a 60 to 70% approval rating amongst Democrats. And then Joe Biden got into power, did nothing, and everyone fucking finally realized, oh, both parties are fucked and they're not doing anything. So it makes a lot of sense that a lot of liberals and like baby progressives came to the sort of conclusion that actually, yes, the Democrats are being effective in terms of their pushbacks against Trump and trying to fight against like a Trumpist sort of like oligarchy and far-right fascism and all this bullshit. When leftists have been consistent in saying, no, the Democrats are not effective and they are completely and utterly fucking useless. So, again, Shu, you talking about DSA and all this bullshit and, I don't know, haranguing against lefties in this particular way doesn't make any sense. Because again, we could all say that this shit was kind of cringy or whatever and then just move on with our lives. Sure. And a lot of people were also saying that. I know that Vosh was fucking saying that consistently. Because yeah, it's cringy, it's dumb, it's not effective, yada yada yada. But the problem is that since the Democratic Party was very popular during that time, and no one had to go through any suffering quite yet, as I said in my Woke 1.0 video, talking about how it was baby's first leftism for a lot of people, it made it such that everyone was rather blinkered in terms of just how bad it could really get. And people were still thinking that the liberals were going to be an effective mechanism of pushing back against fascism. Obviously not the fucking case. And a lot of that was because of fucking Nancy Pelosi making sure that the left was being kept in line. Well, now that she's gone and leadership is incredibly weak, more populist, more populist sort of like fervor and anger has more room to breathe at this point in time and can make more political moves and maneuvers.
For the colonizer holiday, please do wear a mask. I forget that people actually speak like this, and it's not just like some conservative parody of liberals.
One thing that they brought up as well was a post from you in 2021 where you said Americans should cancel Thanksgiving, should have done this in 1621. Do you still believe that Thanksgiving should be canceled?
I'm a chef. Bringing folks around the table to share conversation and build community is always a good thing. But Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for many people in our communities.
Don't get me wrong, I love the struggle.
Again, I don't exactly see what is wrong with that sort of answer here. I mean, it's just an acknowledgement there of Francesca Hong talking about, like, indigenous history, which I think is, like, fine. Like, who the fuck cares? How are you... Like, listen, Shoeonhead, you're the motherfucker talking about, you know, quote-unquote... wanting to have people put food on the table, you know, that you care so much about, like, populist fervor. Why the fuck are you focusing on this, like, far-right key jingling so much? Makes you think, doesn't it?
Struggle session, they're putting these candidates through reading their old Woke 1.0 tweets back at them. Like a dog that peed on the carpet. What is this? What is this? But the quotes and replies...
Well, Shu, that's because, again... right-wing media narratives and culture wars are pretty much the only thing that the Republicans have to run on. Like, again, for fuck's sake, unironically, some Republican pundit or some, like, Fox News pundit unironically admitted on air that the only thing that the Republican Party has to run on is the quote-unquote HASAN card. That is it. That is all that the Republican Party has. But, you know... are you gonna, like, shit on Hasan here or something? Or what exactly? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Again, Shu, you're being a fucking dumbass and you're falling for the propaganda for no fucking goddamn reason. Very, very stupid.
From, like, Democrats and leftists on this were even funnier. Is it so hard to just say, no, I do not want to cancel Thanksgiving? Even if...
Well, the Shoeonhead special, looking at random Twitter replies.
If you do want to, just...
with the scary music, ooh.
Why? Why is she catering so hard to the fringe? Does she want to lose her election? Why can't she just lie? This woman is an optics...
Hey, Shu. How many likes have these posts gotten? I can't see how many likes these posts have gotten. Why can't I see that? How much traction have these posts gotten? Why? Why aren't you showing that? Standard Shoeonhead.
Nightmare. Just say no. Say it was a joke. Say it was woke one. Just lie, for fuck's sake. Just say no. Just lie, please. No, she shouldn't lie, and she's not trying to cater. This is what she truly believes, and the people should know exactly what she believes. She has talked about her half-white son, that he gives her a, quote, proximity to whiteness.
I wasn't always aware of the struggles of other communities of color, because for me, assimilation always kind of took over. And so I did marry. My proximity to whiteness continues, right? My...
What was with this fucking jump cut there, dude? Okay, man. This is so ineffective, bro. Like, can we fucking talk about, for example, Francesca Hong having, like, ineffective answers to a lot of these, like, again, far-right sort of framing of questions. Like, we could talk about that. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. The issue is, again, is the fact that you're falling for the fucking meme shoe. That's the fucking problem. And this motherfucker consistently wonders why a lot of people on the left do not like her anymore. Because of this. You are just deciding to go along with all the right-wing fucking memes and talking points in terms of all this. Because again, this was something that was being significantly pushed by the right because they're not interested in talking about the issues that you purport to care about, Shoeonhead. Very, very fucking interesting. But whatever, man. We would just prefer to hyperfixate on, oh, look at this. Look at Francesca Hong doing the whole woke 1.0 framing. Yeah, it's so bad and it's so evil and so terrible. Yeah, I'm Shoeonhead. I'm a very effective political actor.
Son is biracial. He's half white and half Korean.
I love the hesitation. She's like, I married a... My child is half white. She can't even, like, bring herself to say it. Activists in the streets, colonized in the sheets. Many such cases. Also, Francesca...
Man, I have been cursed with the gift of foresight.
Hong just, like, hates all holidays, apparently. This woman is straight up Grinch maxing. She's got a hate tweet for every fucking holiday, I swear to God. Except for Kwanzaa.
Yeah, because she fucking hates... She was a restaurant worker. I think it makes sense why she probably doesn't really like holidays all that much. It's really not that deep, man. I'm not sure. Also, we doing some fucking Pepe posts? Interesting. Also, 2023, by the way. Interesting. When she started to mostly back away from a lot of those positions because she was in a position of power.
Of course. Why would she hate Kwanzaa? When asked how her long-term vision of a world without prisons would work, Hong said...
Also, by the way, who cares? Like, yeah, who cares about fucking Kwanzaa? Okay, bro. What, this is her... Are we just going to pearl clutch over prison abolition? Again, the position with prison abolition and defund the police is, again, extremely fucking simple, but Shoeonhead doesn't give a shit about that because, again, far-right little freak who just adopts far-right fucking framing. For what exactly? Meh. Just meh.
What I know is attainable, and the policies that actually meet the urgency of the moment and understanding the realities of it means we have to ensure that we're funding our local governments, that we're bringing justice to victims. She added, what may have been aspirational is not primary. What may have been aspirational. So it's still an aspiration. It's still a goal. It's just not the primary one. Interesting. Also, her opponent said this.
People try to...
Wait, that's pretty fucking... Wait. That's pretty simple, Shoeonhead? Yeah, that's an acknowledgement. It's just like, listen... We are not going to be able to achieve prison abolition or the, again, deferring of more funds away from prisons as a sort of effect, like, because the thing with the funding of prisons and police, the reason why the United States does a lot of that, okay, pay attention, pay attention, okay, it's very, very easy, is because it's meant to be a punishment on poverty. That's why the United States does it, It's meant to be a punishment for being poor in the United States, Do you understand this, but then again, 2.5 million subscriber YouTuber getting millions upon millions of views on your fucking YouTube. Would you understand that? Press X to doubt.
Call me the establishment. I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
So, cancel Thanksgiving.
Yeah, again, fucking David Crowley is an idiot who is just an establishment the fucking plant. Just a complete hack. I'm going to say that again. He is nothing more than the swamp creature that you purport to hate, Shoe.
Or establishment is a racist slur. Your Democratic Party, sir. Anyway, my point is, Francesca Hong's old...
Just fucking mentally ill, dude. Like, shit she said 6 years ago, and some dumbass shit that David Crowley said right now, which, again, is complete woke 1.0 framing, which is something that the Democrats have never ran away from, doing the whole stupid woke scoldy bit. Stupid. Stupid. Just stupid.
Old tweets about defunding the police and whiteness and Thanksgiving. They were being all hand-waved away by AOC as just simply being...
Also, by the way, for as much as Shoeonhead purports to hate cancel culture, Shoe, why are you participating in cancel culture right now? Why are you doing some cancel culture at this moment? I'm just saying.
Woke one.
Woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. But if you said woke one was crazy during woke one, you are a racist fascist Nazi. The citation of woke 1.0 or...
Did AOC do that? During woke one? Why are you doing this criticism of AOC? Would she call people woke fascist? Like, not like woke. Like a fascist fucking Nazi during that time? Again, also, I'm going to ask this question, Shoeonhead. As a principled philosopher from the Balkans, where are the woke scolds, Shoe? Where are the woke scolds? Because where are they? Where are the fucking woke scolds, Shoe? Because as far as I can see, those motherfuckers are gone. They are not around anymore. They have been all pushed off. Or, I don't know, probably have left various fucking platforms to whatever bumblefuck platform that they exist on now. They are basically completely irrelevant. So why are we complaining about this? It's a little strange.
Woke one is now a common shorthand among parts of the online left to describe and distance themselves from what they view as a more dated or inconvenient aspects of the impassioned social justice activism they participated in during the late 2010s and early 2020s. In 2021, Chai Osei, campaigning for New York City Council, tweeted, "A cis white man should not be the next speaker of the council." When a critic of his on X unearthed that old post earlier this year, Osei, now a council member, gave a pithy response. Woke one was crazy. We all got a bit crazy back then. We did some jello shots and got on the bar and took off our tops and burned the city down and got people fired from their jobs for having opinions Obama had 15 years ago. You can't spend like 10 years bullying people into the most retarded asocial political opinions under the coercion of
Shoo. That's literally the same shit the fucking right does all the fucking time. Don't give me any of this fucking hypocrisy and this stupid attempt at a fucking hypocrisy burn, the right wing's like most low IQ rhetorical tactic. Dude, Shoo, how many fucking instances of during Gamergate where you said was the quote unquote main fucking culture war in the first instance of woke 1.0 or whatever, how many times were all the fucking right-wingers trying to get cancel mobs together and trying to cancel people from their fucking jobs who were engaging in not propaganda but in positions that were against the fucking Gamergaters? This happened all the fucking time. There was a massive harassment campaign of fucking Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian. Like, what are we talking about here, dude? This is fucking pathetic behavior here by Shoe. Complete hypocrisy here.
social ostracization or getting fired from their job, then turn around and just be like, that just happened. My career for like a decade has been calling this out, has been trying to tell the left and the Democrat Party that this woke shit was toxic and would drive people away from them. And for 10 years, I was called a racist, sexist, pick-me, fascist, Nazi, every ism under the sun. And now they're—
Shu, the problem with your fucking propaganda is that it's pathetic and ineffective, Shu. Wow, she just wholeheartedly refuses to learn any of the fucking lessons. It's incredible to me how she just absolutely just is like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep refusing to learn anything because fuck that, you know. I'm just a silly little bimbo, guys. I'm just a silly little fucking bean. Look at me. My name is Shoeonhead. I do basically nothing wrong. Teehee. Look at me, dude. This is why I said that she's a incredibly very, very ineffective political actor. And in reality, Shu does not give a flying fuck at all about having actual criticisms of woke 1.0. She could give less of a flying fuck about any of that shit. She is not interested in being an effective political actor. Could care less about being that consistently. Yeah, she was out at Jan 6. I mean, all she did was really just, like, film people. She didn't, like, participate in anything sussy or weird there, Boy Meets Mini. But this is incredibly fucking stupid and ineffective propaganda here by fucking Shoe. Because it's like, Shoe, you're literally doing the exact same behaviors that you were trying to fucking criticize right now. You are a hypocrite. That is it.
They're just conceding to that and acting like it never happened. And you just expect us to, what, move on? I've been like a dog chasing a car and I finally
Yeah, honestly, you probably should just fucking move on, because who the fuck cares? Why do you care? Why are you dwelling on this? It's a little weird, Shoe. Why are you dwelling on Woke 1.0 as much as you are? Strange.
the car and I don't know what to do with it. Like, first of all, why as a Democratic politician would you say this? You're basically saying, like, yeah, MAGA was right. We were crazy. Like, okay, what else are they right about then? Even from...
Fucking just very fucking stupid here, man. That's not what's being said here. God, what is this fucking framing? No one was saying... Like, no one fucking thinks of it this way. This is in-fucking credible, dude. No, she's acting like the left doesn't know they fucked up the last 10 years. Well, the thing is that what she's doing is she's conflating a lot of the liberal bullshit that happened during Woke 1.0 with the left. The problem with this, with what Shoeonhead is saying, is that she's doing a conflation here. Trying to glam on all the fucking positions of all the dumb fuck woke scold liberal types during Woke 1.0 to the rest of the fucking lefties. That's the issue here. But, which is the thing that the far right does all the time. So again, Shoe, because you're doing this fucking conflation consistently, which she used to not do, by the way, but whatever. Shoe, the fact that you are pretending to be consistent in terms of, like, I don't know, parroting a bunch of the far-right talking points with all the far-right weirdos that you kept keeping around you. Again, the whole thing from fucking Vosh just constantly is ringing in my mind, is why people are criticizing you in the way that they are. You're just mad about the fact that you are receiving that criticism, Shoe. You just think that you are, what, above reproach, there we go, in terms of all of this, which is why people are saying that you're nothing more than a lazy propagandist and a fucking hack when it comes to all the stupid far-right bullshit that you're hand-waving away.
From like an AOC fan point of view, this just makes her look completely unserious and makes like the progressive movement look completely unserious, which it is. Why should anyone trust a politician?
Oh yeah, dude, let's not like take a look at the fact that DSA candidates are highly are like basically winning a bunch of offices all over the place and are highly effective. Progressives are knocking out fucking centrists all the fucking time. This is, again, conflation. She's doing conflation, and she's also being incredibly reductive with this conflation as well.
Who can get swept up in mass hysteria so easily? How can I trust that won't happen again? How can I trust in 5 years from now you won't just call whatever it is you're advocating for now woke 2 and dismiss it as crazy? Free Palestine. Woke 2 was crazy. Like, what do you believe in? Could you imagine Republicans being like...
Okay, this criticism can make sense here by Shoeonhead. If she's making this about establishment Democrats, because that's the thing that establishment Democrats do all the fucking goddamn time. Not the fucking left. What are you talking about here, Shoe? And again, this is the exact same fucking line of behavior and propaganda that the right does consistently. And this motherfucker keeps consistently thinking about and talking about, why on earth am I being called a fascist for this? It's like, it's because you keep parroting their fucking talking points, Shoe. You refuse to learn and reflect on any of the lessons from your 12 years participating in social media, Shoe. But okay, whatever. Let's just keep saying the exact same bullshit. This is the same chick that whitewashed and glazed Charlie Kirk and what he did. Yeah, exactly, IDC. But whatever. Shoeonhead having any principle whatsoever? Pfft, yeah, right.
January 6th one was crazy. Basically, I said this all on Twitter, and people are like already making videos.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna be honest here, Shoe. The right are already saying that, or honestly, if anything, what they're saying is we did not go far enough with January 6th, which is a whole problem in of itself.
videos of it. AOC panics after Shoeonhead calls her. Like, that didn't even happen. Like, I don't think AOC even knows I exist. I love the thumbnail on this one. Shoe bitch slaps AOC. Who the
Hey, Shoe, why are all those conservatives glamming onto your dumb fuck woke 1.0 fucking video, by the way? Shoe, this is again another moment of reflection for you, Shoe. This should be a moment of reflection for as to why all of these far-right weirdos are constantly glamming onto the dumbass shit that you're saying, even though you purport to be a populist, Shoe. Okay, dude. Nice meme.
fuck is this? Is that Shoe bitch? Ah, yes, the infamous, notorious Shoe bitch. Going around slapping women. Every time I log onto YouTube, I'm destroying and slapping and finishing on people. If you didn't know who I was, you would think I was some, like, psychopathic rapist. And then you click on the video and it's just like, I posted a tweet. Anyway, back to the point. When a citizen changes their mind on something, that's totally normal, that's totally natural. Many things can happen in the span of years that can change your mind on something. It's perfectly normal to evolve and grow. And it's fine if you're a politician and you change your mind on something, but, and this is a big but, this is a fat ass. If you're a politician and you change your mind on something, I want to know exactly why you changed your mind, when you changed your mind. Be transparent. What about woke 1, really woke 2 in my opinion? Don't you agree with—
Okay, this is stupid standard. I don't give a fuck. If we're talking about shit from, like, woke 1 or whatever, okay, so, let's talk about AOC specifically, right? What AOC is probably talking about in terms of what she changed from woke 1 is probably the optics of it, right? The, talking about, like, the whole, cancellation mobs and whatnot, probably not thinking that's, like, particularly effective, which, again, Shu, would you present some evidence as to where, AOC exactly engaged in a lot of the woke 1.0-esque, like, woke scoldery? As far as I can tell, AOC has not really participated in much of that. You've failed to present any evidence for that fucking claim, but whatever, as expected from Shoeonhead. She never really presents much evidence for anything that she really says. The expected line of behavior here from Shoe. So, a lot of the mainstays and staples of Woke 1.0 are a lot of the issues and policies that were more mainstreamed within the Democratic Party. Stuff like Medicare for all, Black Lives Matter, caring about the lives of Palestinians, Gaza, talking about the problems with Israel. These were things that were being mainstreamed, or starting to be mainstreamed, into the Democratic Party. The problem issue is that because of Woke 1.0 not adopting a lot of the necessary class analysis and class lens that it needed to adopt, it made it such that a lot of these positions were rather wanton and blinkered and not necessarily 1000% as effective as it could have been, because a lot of people did not understand that the Democrats are also completely in line with the goals of the Republican Party and conservatives. People who are staunchly anti-populist, and since AOC was a bit of a baby within I was going to say Woke 1.0, but specifically within Congress, and did not really have many of the connections, because when she got into Congress, when she won her race, she was more or less completely and utterly alone. More or less. There were not many fucking quote-unquote squad members at that time. And they didn't necessarily always have solidarity with one another. They always had, shall we say, disagreements with one another. But since she was alone, on her own, in a den of lions, she has to play it safe if she wants to play a little bit of a longer game to be more effective later on. She played a long game, and now it's starting to pay dividends, Shu. That is the fucking thing. But then again, since you are still a child and is incapable of learning anything from being within this quote-unquote space for the past 12 years, your analysis on this is going to be rather wanting, rather blinkered. And people are just going to look at you and say, wow, Shoeonhead has absolutely no fucking idea what she's talking about here.
with anymore. Why didn't the interviewer ask AOC that question? Like, what was crazy about woke one? Trans women are women, DEI.
Because no one fucking gave a shit about that. Oh, we're gonna complain about trans women are women? I didn't know that Shu is now being transphobic now. Interesting. That's new.
White privilege, defund the police, the Green New Deal, like what? What? Tell us. What? Tell the class. I've talked about this a few times in a few videos.
Wait, Shu, I thought you liked the Green New Deal because it's effective populist messaging, Shu. Interesting. Again, just nothing but adopting far-right framing on this. That's a little interesting, Shu. I thought you were a populist. What happened?
But one example of me changing my mind, I was way more critical of the police back in like 2020, like borderline ACAB. I was also single, depressed, living in my parents' basement, smoking weed every day, but I'm sure that had nothing to do with it. I can tell you that moving from the suburbs to the city, taking public transportation, having a kid, seeing firsthand how bad things are and how bad things can get, actually experiencing the world outside of my bubble is what changed my mind on that topic and a whole bunch of other topics. So I want to know.
So did a bunch of other people as a byproduct of COVID, Shu, and people, especially young people, coming to the realization that whoa, it turns out everything is kind of dog shit. And a lot of it is because of both the Democrats and the Republican Party. This is fucking incredible. 12 years. It's honestly, like, listen, I have been cursed with the gift of fucking foresight. It is exactly as I fucking predicted. Because she's been a YouTube shut-in for as long as she has been, and I would still argue is at this current juncture. She never got to experience anything in the real world, did not get to experience actual fucking suffering, and as a byproduct has not begun to adopt a lot of the idiotic fucking positions that she is now basically spewing on her in this current fucking video. Fucking incredible, dude. Just stupid. She's such a stupid individual, man.
No. AOC and other politicians, what about woke one do you disagree with now? What's sad is, if this was like 5 years ago, I'd be like, hell yeah, AOC has finally seen the light. Woke is bad, so true, now we can get real things done, comrade. But it's not 5 years ago, I'm a grown-up now, and this is extremely pathetic. As a politician, you need to be transparent. I'm gonna bird hands at you.
Yeah, about what? About what? I think what AOC is talking about in terms of not liking Woke 1.0 is the fucking optics of it. Again, Woke 1.0 brought in a bunch of fucking baseline populist issues that you should be for, Shu. You should be for stuff like Medicare for all, stuff like free childcare, better education. Those were all a byproduct of Woke 1.0, Shu. You're just deciding to hyper-specifically fixate on social issues because that's the exact same stuff that the far right hyper-fixates on in order to be able to dampen any form of populist political fervor, Shu. You are unironically doing the fucking meme, Shu.
Be transparent. The people act like we need to be apologizing for shit our ancestors did 400 years ago. Back in like 2020 never happened. I'm not buying it.
No
Sorry.
one cares.
These issues were fucking like existential to these people a few years ago.
Again, when did AOC ever start talking about any of that fucking woke scoldy bullshit? You have failed to provide me any evidence of AOC acting in that bullshit. All you just said was, oh, she said Woke 1.0 was fucking crazy during that time. Okay, Shu, it is, the burden of proof is now upon you, motherfucker. Prove to me that AOC was acting as a fucking woke skull during Woke 1.0. Because I can guarantee you, you're not gonna find it because she did not do any of it.
And now it's just like, no big deal. It was just a phase, Mom. I was just a silly 30-year-old teenage politician. My concern isn't really that Democrats are admitting this stuff.
Bro, and you're a fucking silly teenage fucking trad wife, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about here, Shu? You have not changed in terms of any of your positions in like 12 fucking years, Shu. But all of your dumb fuck fans will just be like, oh, no, that's a good thing because that's Shoeonhead staying consistent. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
Stuff was wrong and deeply unpopular. My concern is I don't see anything preventing from that happening again. There's literally some assemblywoman in Brooklyn right now running on some woke one-ass shit as we speak, talking about how stealing should be legal, actually.
No one should be arrested, much less jailed, for stealing a tube of toothpaste. Incarceration separates people from their jobs, support service, and loved ones. It perpetuates a cycle of...
Wait, for a tube... Okay, Shu, if you were making the argument of, I don't know, thousands of dollars of, like, electronics being stolen or something, or for something else being stolen, like a Switch 2 or something, okay, I can agree with this position here, right? Sure, absolutely. But we're complaining about a tube of toothpaste, bro. Tube of toothpaste. And again, people are wondering why you cut, and rather, not people, but you are wondering why you get called the stupid, dumb, reactionary bitch that you get called. Okay, dude. The thing is, Shu's politics revolve around what benefits her and only her. There's a reason why she was so gung-ho about M4A. I disagree with that, Boy Meets Minnie. I don't think Shoeonhead really thinks about her own benefit whatsoever. I don't think so. It's all just whatever her fucking boyfriend believes in at the time. That is it. Yeah, if I see someone steal a loaf of bread, no, I didn't. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not gonna give a if someone's taking, like, some fucking baby formula or something, I see, like, that happen, I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit, bro. Like, one thing of fucking baby formula, we're gonna be complaining about that. Again, it's not a good thing that people are shoplifting, obviously. It's not a good thing that people are doing that. But Shu, you purport to be a left-leaning populist, that you believe in populism. Why do you think people are doing that? It doesn't come out of nowhere, Shu. It's because people are desperate economically speaking, which is something that Shu is supposed to understand and believe in. But conveniently, she doesn't for some reason. That's a little curious. Oh, it's a little curious.
Poverty and crime. No matter how much fear-mongering the right-wing media does.
These people aren't stealing toothpaste because they have to brush their teeth. These people are stealing things in bulk to sell on Facebook Marketplace. We have food banks, food stamps, charity for poor people who can't actually afford toothpaste. If I could go back in time and tell myself...
Yeah, but that's getting actively defunded by the Republicans, Shu. Who is in power defunding all that stuff right now? Okay.
One thing, it would be criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin. Criminals are not Aladdin! And it would make everyone's life...
And guess what, Shu? Neither are Republicans. Neither are the far-righters that you are seemingly doing some sweeping for. It's a little interesting, Shu. Very, very interesting. Yeah, also, thank you, Armor and Quills. Yeah, Snap does not buy tubes of toothpaste. It does not buy toothbrushes, Shu. So, again, if we are talking about social services, which have been getting cut by the Republicans and not effectively fought for by the fucking mainstream establishment Democrats, which AOC has been consistent in saying with all of the other populists, consistent in terms of fighting for effective progressive policies that you're shitting on for some reason right now, curiously. Why are you not criticizing any of the actions of the far right or any of the actions of the more mainstream Republicans? You are going after specifically AOC and more progressive people. That doesn't make any sense, Shu. This is the inconsistency, and this is why I keep saying to you stupid motherfucking Shoeonhead fans why she is inconsistent, and I don't think she actually believes in much of anything fundamentally. This is an inconsistency right here, Shu. You are supposed to be a populist in this particular instance, but for some reason, when people are advocating for populist policy, you decide to shit on them for it. That's a little curious, man.
It's incredibly easier if there was actually some deterrent against crime. Yes. Otherwise, what's the point? Why should anyone go to work and spend their hard-earned money when we can just steal?
Man, I thought you fucking hated all the fucking cagey bullshit with the little fucking cages that people have to put in order to, I don't know, unlock the fucking toothpaste. What happened, Shu? What happened? And I was being told that you're consistent on things.
Crime is legal now. Laws. Drunk driving is not illegal on stolen land. I don't think they understand just how incomprehensible some of their worldview actually is.
So
By the way, no one makes that fucking argument, Shu. Who makes the argument of saying that people should not be going to jail for a stolen toothpaste or stolen tube of toothpaste? They should not have to go to, again, multiple years in fucking jail, which can fuck up a person's life for God knows how long, when they're probably stealing that toothpaste for, I would assume, you know, for some fucking reason, because they're probably economically destitute. But for Shoeonhead, she doesn't really give a shit about that at all whatsoever. And by the way, this motherfucker is surprised that far-right people are starting to glam onto her videos for some reason. Interesting. Left-winger, by the way, of course, Shoeonhead, pretending to be a left-winger. You are deciding to be incredibly fucking punitive and adopting a bunch of the positions from the fucking far-right, you know, for whatever reason. I can only assume because your boyfriend's a far-right fucking weirdo. You know, many such cases with Shoeonhead. You are deciding to adopt all their framing and constantly are going after the left for what exactly? Oh, because of some random dumb fuck propaganda that you decided to glam onto because of the new audience that you're looking to serve, Shu. You are completely audience cucked and fucking captured, dude. Yeah, stealing toothpaste to sell on Marketplace is economic desperation. Again, what that assembly member was specifically referring to was about a tube of toothpaste. If you were to bring up to them, oh, what if a bunch of people are stealing like switches on bulk or electronics on bulk or jewelry in bulk in order to sell on Facebook Marketplace? Guess what would happen? They would be against that, Shu, because no one would be for that, Shu. But for whatever reason, you are deciding to adopt nothing but the far right's framing on all of this, which is why people are consistently calling you nothing but a far right fucking weirdo at this point, Shu. But whatever. She doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff. It's incredibly fucking stupid from this moron.
If my daughter is assaulted and raped, is there any agency that would seek to find her assailant and bring him to justice?
Of course, yeah, of course.
What would it be if not police, and where would he be if not a jail?
So I guess I really want to avoid getting kind of caught into these hypotheticals and talk more about the reality that we're actually facing right now, which is that we're spending absolutely outrageous.
I don't know who the fuck this is right now. I'm assuming we're doing like 3IQ gotcha shit in terms of defund the police. So let's talk about defund the police. The point about defund the police is essentially, hey, what if instead of spending a bunch of money in terms of police departments in order to punish poverty and punish petty fucking crimes, how about instead we invest in social services that can address the root cause and the root problems, Shu? How about that instead? But all the fucking media that you purport to hate so much for whatever reason, but now you're deciding to parrot all of their fucking talking points. Very consistent behavior here from Shoeonhead. Very, very fucking consistent. God, what was I saying again? Why are you deciding to basically just completely parrot all of their fucking talking points, deciding to go along with their fucking narratives because of the fact that you have a new fucking audience that you're looking to adhere to? That's the fucking problem that people are having with you, Shoeonhead. Again, defund the police is about saying that, hey, how about instead of doing nothing but punitive measures, how about we have police doing their actual job, and that is going after violent fucking crime, like murders, rapes, drug cartels, all this other fucking bullshit, instead of them going after impoverished black people and just like shooting them because of the fact that they, I don't know, counterfeited a fucking $20 fucking bill, dude. That's the fucking point of defund the police. But does Shoeonhead care or understand about any of that? No, she does not.
Outrageous amounts of money on police and policing.
Hypothetical. That's the entire idea. That's the entire policy, and you can't explain it? Abolish prisons.
I don't know, man. It seems like you cut her off before she could explain the entirety of the position. She unironically was talking about the outrageous amount of money that gets spent on policing, Shu. Okay, dude.
Where do the bad people go? I don't know. Like, yeah, okay. In a functioning society, people like that would be forced to dig ditches in a work camp forever. Useless. Sorry.
Fucking says this dumbass fucking bimbo tradwife dipshit who can barely understand any of the basic positions that the left has about defund the police and would prefer to adopt the 3IQ fucking goddamn far right talking points about this. And this dumb bitch wonders why she gets called a fucking fascist consistently.
Sorry, I'm cutting out so hard in this video. I'm in my luteal phase. I have a fucking pimple. I have a pimple. For the first time in like 15 years, I'm stressing out so hard. What the f? Anyway, despite the Republicans completely dropping the ball right before midterms, surprise, war in the Middle East forever, the sudden walk back about Woke One clearly shows the Democrats are still struggling with PR. If only there was some sort of left-wing Joe Rogan.
People think I'm the king of Woke 1.0, that I was Mr. Radlib, right? I never was. I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress, but I also understand how people operate. Like I never did the Latinx thing. Like I have been Dark Woke before Dark Woke was invented. Like this is the headquarters of Dark Woke.
Not the dude who called me emo, calling himself Dark Woke. What the actual f is Dark Woke?
What is Dark Woke?
Wait, Shoeonhead, are we doing like fucking grievance bullshit? Hey, by the way, Shoeonhead, the reason why you keep getting called far right in the way that you do is because you do the consistent same patterns of behavior of every fucking right-winger, and that is, being aggrieved about something incredibly minor.
Dark woke is just...
And like I said before, what in terms of cancel mobs, in terms of, say, like, I don't know, like, woke 1.0 woke scolding shit, what has HASAN engaged in, or AOC ever engaged in terms of, like, I don't know, doing, like, the incredibly annoying, like, woke 1.0 woke scolding fucking bullshit? And this motherfucker still keeps constantly wondering why she gets called a far-right weirdo.
Democrats are just as woke as we were in woke 1.0. The messaging is what's important. It is aggressive.
The entire idea of dark woke seems to be that regular woke was too polite and too wholesome.
Dark woke for me is we are fighting for good and for equality and for social justice for everybody, but we don't mind saying F you.
Dark woke, get it? It's like woke, but we're mean. You already are mean. That's why people hated you. You were finger-wagging, morally righteous woke scolds. The problem...
Was Jennifer Welch a finger-wagging, like, morally righteous woke scold? Like, at what point in time? When? She only started getting into, like, I don't know, progressive politics and, I don't know, like, online politics, like, fairly fucking recently. Shoo, you don't know what you're fucking talking about, bro. In what way was HASAN also doing that exact same sort of stuff? Holy fuck, dude. God, this is the problem that I have with Shoeonhead. It's the constant conflations.
Was never that the left was insufficiently mean online. God forbid someone say the wrong word, liked the wrong tweet, or failed to participate in the latest virtue signal humiliation ritual.
Wham, wham, wham. My name is Shoeonhead, and I love to cry, bitch, moan, and complain about literally everything. Wham, wham, wham. Look at me constantly parrot a bunch of far-right fucking talking points all the time, and getting complaints about the fact that I'm getting called out properly for being a stupid shithead and incredibly ineffective in terms of my populist bona fides and being inconsistent about my populist positions and constantly adopting all the dumb fuck positions that my boyfriend consistently holds, or husband in this particular instance consistently fucking holds. But look at me, a bunch of, I don't know, wham, wham, wham. A bunch of, like, wokies are being mean to me on Twitter. Wham, wham, wham. Look at me doing the fucking finger wagging that I pretend to fucking hate so much. Weaselly fucking hypocritical bullshit here by Shoeonhead. Yeah, look who's doing the fucking finger wagging now. Oof. I hate Shoeonhead. Oh, so what's up, Plague Doctor? How's it going, buddy?
I'm sorry, can we just go back to that HASAN clip real quick?
I have a pretty open mind to unlimited progress.
What the f*** does unlimited progress mean? Considering these guys think progress is like a literal linear line where just more and more people get rights. So, like, what the f*** does that mean? Pedophile rights, zoophile rights? What unlimited progress are we talking about here, buddy? Because that sounds pretty woke to me. We did so much progress.
What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking schizophrenic dude? The fuck are you talking about here, you fucking mentally ill weirdo? We're doing the 3 IQ, like, I don't know, far right, sort of like slippery slope arguments, because that's the only argument there that that the far right basically makes. Like, oh, my slippery slope. People are going to start advocating for pedophile rights. Yeah, dude, because HASAN has been advocating for fucking pedophile rights, and that's exactly what he means by unlimited progress. Stupid. You're just an idiot, dude. Oh, recently came across your channel and Remnant videos. Not a lot of people call out that weirdo, so keep up the good work criticizing that culture war weirdo. Oh, basically the thing with Remnant, their Plague Doctor, is that dude pretends to be like a pseudo-intellectual, but in reality, nah, the fuck he's not. He's not a pseudo-intellectual. That guy's a fucking idiot, dude. Yeah, also, pedo rights. That's a good point there, U235. You're complaining about pedophile rights, Shoeonhead, but guess who's in office right now? Still trying to cover up for the Epstein files. Oh, it's Trump. But okay, Shoe. Yeah, dude. It's the left that are quote-unquote pushing for pedo rights. Shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch.
To the gender discussion, we somehow looped back around to little boys liking pink means they're gay. But wokely, no son of mine is gonna play with Barbies. That must mean he's a girl. You people are lost in the sauce.
Mendami's 8, his top 8.
Again, literally no one who fucking said that? Did HASAN ever say that? What do you mean? He's just not going to really give a shit. Like, most positions in terms of, like, the woke stuff, for example, in terms of, I don't know, a boy liking pink all of a sudden and wanting to play Barbies, they're just going to be like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. I don't really give a shit. Like, I don't care. and then they're just gonna move on with their life. You are the only people that tend to fucking dwell on that shit, Shu. She is hallucinating like ChatGPT. That's true, Pointsmany.
Cia Weaver said if you don't believe in the government's sacred right to seize property, it's over, and impoverish the white middle class.
Beast mode. I love her so much. One of the things about Zoran is that the people surrounding him oftentimes are so much cooler than he is.
I like how in the video where he defends himself from people criticizing that clip, he's like, guys, come on, it was just a joke, guys, come on. In the description of that video, he's like, anti-white racism, which doesn't exist. Definitely not woke one. All right, bud.
Jesus Christ, bro. Guys, don't call this uwu small bean over here a far-right fucking weirdo. Keeps constantly adopting all the fucking far rights as fucking talking points about, you know, oh, anti-white racism. I have to complain about that so much. My name is Shoeonhead, and I believe in a broader sort of fucking populism. I am not far-right at all whatsoever. Nyeh.
Sorry, it's so hard not to just make the entire video clowning on that goofball. Like, bro was in a suit at a pool party. The man is a cartoon character. I don't want to make videos about HASAN Piker, but you can't escape him nowadays because the media won't shut the up about him. Fox News is just hyper-focusing on him every single day to go after the Democrats because I guess they have nothing else. And then the response to all the HASAN...
Yes, Shu. They do have nothing else. Ooh, do we is there are we potentially getting to a revelation by Shoeonhead here? You know, don't hold your breath.
Stuff coming out on the right, coming out on Fox News, is then like left-wing journalists making more puff pieces, taking more photo shoots of HASAN in his mansion, and all these outlets calling him like
oh, she doesn't know about all the liberal outlets that are also doing the exact same thing. Oh no, guys, she's veering off course. She all of a sudden has no idea what she's talking about. Basically, Plague Doctor, to summarize Shoeonhead in a one sentence, Shoeonhead basically believes in any the politics of the boyfriend that she's currently with at the moment. That's about it. Very, very simple. She's basically what happens when a bimbo, mostly in terms of intelligence and not in terms of like the bubbly fun sort of parts of being a bimbo, gets into politics and has genuinely no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
Terrorist and a communist just makes him sound way more important and like way cooler than he actually is. Nothing hurts this dude more than reminding him that he's literally just a Twitch streamer. I don't want the focus of American politics to center around a f***ing Twitch streamer. Like, I don't understand the media's obsession with this guy, but at the same time, I don't think HASAN is the best wagon to hitch yourself to if you're the Democratic Party. There are other internet celebrities on the left you could do that with. Like, God, the left really has nobody.
Yeah, like who? Yeah, exactly. By the way, Shu, hey, it's called Trolls Remorse for the fucking Democratic Party. They got their fucking left-leaning Joe Rogan that they wanted desperately, and they looked into the looking glass, and they did not like what they actually saw. It turns out a left-leaning Joe Rogan, a liberal Joe Rogan, does not exist, because for a Joe Rogan to exist, you have to turn off your fucking critical thinking faculties, like you have, Shu.
No, he's a sex pest. No, she's a sex pest. Damn it. I don't know. There's gotta be someone with way less baggage than HASAN Piker. Like, why don't you hitch your wagon to someone like that instead of HASAN, who every time you...
I wonder who she initially... Was it Vosh or was it, Oh, no, she thought of Destiny. Yeah, she definitely thought of Destiny.
...is rightfully criticized, hides behind how he just wants to give us health care. Death to the West! Let the streets run with their capitalist blood!
Whoa, dude, you're making us look bad.
Oh, I'm just a little healthcare boy! You wouldn't criticize a little healthcare boy now, would you? I don't care anymore. I washed my...
Yeah, by the way, again, not a... Guys, not far right, by the way, dude. Okay, dude. Has literally no fucking idea about what most leftists purport to fucking care about. Yada, yada, yada. But, you know, guys, it's okay. She used to be a left-leaning populist back during the day. Okay, bro. Nice meme.
My hands of this. There's gonna be like 25 videos uploaded after this. Like, Shoeonhead bends HASAN over and like... Great, can't wait. Remember that big study we talked about?
Shu, do you not understand? Again, that's another genuine moment where you could fucking reflect, Shu, but you're not gonna do it, Shu. You could do some reflection there, Shu. Or you should do some reflection there, Shu. Why are the far right, again, glamming onto all of your videos again, Shu?
About that was done after the Democrats lost the election that showed the most popular Democrat positions were things related to economic issues, and the least popular policies were things like abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, and like open border policies. People don't want to abolish the police. They do not want to abolish prisons. They don't want to talk about what...
Oh my god, Shu. That's because, again, the right decided to run with that fucking narrative and decided to glam that onto the Democratic Party, Shu. She's never gonna fucking learn, dude.
whiteness or whatever the talk to actual workers about it. Like, talk to actual blue-collar workers. They hate this and they hate you. They hate you because you suck, but they also hate you because you hate them. Like I said 500 billion times before,
What are you fucking talking about, Shu? What left-leaning person has said that they quote-unquote hate the blue-collar work? What are you fucking talking about, dude? Yeah, Shu, you're the one who doesn't like working people because you're just deciding to glam on to all the far-right fucking talking points who will forever take away all of their rights in order to shovel it to a bunch of fucking oligarch fucking pedophiles, dude. But okay, man, yeah, it's actually Hank Pecker who's the main problem here or something, or it's AOC who's the main problem here. Again, lazy fucking analysis here.
People would be on board with what the left was saying, or at least, like, sit down and listen to you if you dropped the gay race Marxist bullshit. How do I know this? The DSA and the left and the Democrats, they have to distance themselves from the goofy, destructive, identity-politic, asocial bullshit. And in order to do that, you actually have to mean it, not just laugh it off. But I don't think they can, because this stuff is just so deeply ingrained in socially progressive politics.
Alright, and there it is. The 3 IQ class reductionist Nazbull bullshit that this mentally ill fucking tradwife LARPer is basically saying here. No, Shu. It is a ¿por qué no los dos kind of a situation. The reason why Woke 1.0, again, was as much of a failure as it was because it was a lot of babies first fucking leftism. That was the main problem, specifically with Woke 1.0. Yeah, I don't think she understands Spanish either, but whatever, Boy Meets Mini. We're going with the fucking meme. That was the main fucking issue, right? And a lot of people, like I said before, main problems with Woke 1.0 is that a lot of people did not sort of come to the understanding that the Democrats are also a part of the fucking problem. Specifically during Woke 1.0. They did not understand how bad it truly could get. Again, during Woke 1.0, the Democrats enjoyed a 70 plus approval rating amongst Democrats, Shu. Which is, again, for some reason, when it comes to the fucking analysis in terms of all of this, something that these motherfuckers consistently fucking forget. But whatever. None of these people in reality actually care about this because they're not actually interested in talking about the problems with Woke 1.0. It's meant to be a cudgel for all these people to beat you over the metaphorical head with. That's it. So, as a byproduct of the fact that the Democratic sort of establishment was still as popular as it was, it made it such that people's analysis and a lot of the fervor and energy for a lot of the populist progressive policy during Woke 1.0, which you were a fucking fan of at that point in time, Shu, but whatever. You decided to marry a far-right weirdo and decided to be a fucking dipshit as a byproduct. As expected. And Balenciaga Gate. Let's never fucking forget about that. Because of that, Shu, because of the fact that the Democratic Party was never fucking interested in sort of engaging in the baseline class politics that was the moment was demanding for, and that people were also desiring, especially during Woke 1.0, but unfortunately they were still benefiting from some form of popularity, and a lot of the liberal woke scolds were blunting a lot of the populist fervor. It made it such that a lot of those issues were put by the wayside and basically ignored by the Democratic establishment. And a lot of that is because of the effect of political games played by Nancy fucking Pelosi. We've circled back around to that demon warrior for the establishment, Nancy Pelosi. And it made it such that the Democratic Party became incredibly anemic and believed in nothing. And as a result, they got completely trounced by the Republican Party during 2024. Now, have the Democrats learned any of their lessons from that? No. But the constituents have, Shu. They have learned their lesson. They are now coming to the realization that no one is there to save them. That literally the Democrats are completely and utterly cucked and compromised to capital because of the genocide in Gaza. And that the Republicans are completely beyond saving. There's a reason why more and more people, even amongst the Democratic Party, are becoming shall we say, independence or politically homeless, for lack of a better term. It's because of the fact that the suffering came to them after the left was consistent in terms of their warnings and their progressive political advocacy in terms of populist messaging, which you seemingly decided to throw by the wayside because you got called out for your Balenciaga Gate bullshit, which you refused to learn anything from because you're a fucking narcissist. As a result of this, you decided to become a far-right little fucking weirdo freak, and you decided to descend down the metaphorical fascistic populist fervor. For what reason exactly? Because you married a far-right fucking weirdo and decided to not do any reflection at all in terms of your fucking mistakes during Woke 1.0. Because you are, again, as I've said before, a fucking narcissist.
Politics. A lot of this stuff isn't woke one. It's just part of dismantling whiteness and the patriarchy, destroying hierarchies, subverting norms, or whatever the that cancel Thanksgiving tweet wasn't just some like silly haha woke one bullshit. But you know, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is what I've been asking for a decade. Maybe this is a—
You are fucking wrong, Shu. You are wrong. There is just no evidence to suggest that AOC or fucking HASAN PIKER, and you're complaining about all the stupid far-right bullshit those motherfuckers consistently complain about him, is going to act in the exact same way that you're currently bitching, moaning, and complaining about. Again, Shu, you're giving into the far-right's fucking framing. That Vosh video is basically always going to consistently just play in my fucking head as a perfect, accurate fucking descriptor of Shoeonhead. Again, the far right is consistently watching and, talking about how they like having you around because of all the fucking talking points that you consistently parroted during Balenciaga Gate. Because, again, you are a petty, lazy, fucking narcissist.
New era for the Democrats. Could AOC actually have changed her mind?
Yeah, Shu is emblematic of people who get all their politics from social media, which is sadly how most people do nowadays. That's pretty much on the fucking money there, Boy Meets Minnie.
Yes, it's totally possible, yes. AOC and I are like the same age. She's like a year older than me. She's still pretty young. 35 is young, right? It's not impossible that in her time being a politician, her mind has changed on a few things, but it lines up suspiciously well with a run for president in 2028. So forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical. I see a lot of Republicans online
sure
like,
you're skeptical.
AOC, run for president. Don't get too cocky. You may be surprised. The American people are an enigma, and we might see a pretty big pendulum swing. As hard as it is for some hyper-partisan brained people—
Well, unfortunately, AOC is, for you, Shoeonhead, AOC, I believe, has the highest approval rating amongst politicians in the United States of America, because unlike your goofy-looking head ass, AOC has been campaigning around the entirety of the country, pushing for populist political messaging, like being anti-AI data center and wanting to fight the oligarchy, Shu, which for some reason you seem interested in not talking about for some reason, or having the most ineffective fucking propaganda about it. Yeah, Ilhan Omar got about 80% in this year's primary. She's also incredibly fucking popular and is a part of the, same cohort that AOC is a part of, that you seem to have a fucking problem with now. Stupid.
People to hear. Not everyone voting for these DSA candidates are like crazy commies or something. Just like not everyone who voted for MAGA in 2016 when Trump promised to bring jobs back and he will remember the forgotten man and whatever. Those people weren't Nazis. When people can't afford a house—
I don't know, Shoeonhead. A lot of every fucking Nazi seemed to like voting for the Republican Party. Same with every white identitarian, white nationalist, and various other far-right fucking weirdos. Now, can we say that a lot of the people that voted for Trump are uneducated fucking weirdos? Yes. But here's the thing with a lot of those people, and there have been a lot of interviews talking about this. A lot of those triple Trumpers have said that as a byproduct of, say, the Iran war or various other policies that Trump has been basically going after or has done in his time in office for the second term, they said, yeah, I was duped and I was taken for a ride. I look like a complete fucking idiot. They all acknowledged that they looked like idiots and they were fucking stupid. Trump is always going to have a cult. He's always going to have about 30% of the country who's going to vote for him and are ride or die for him. But there are a lot of people who are not only leaving the Democratic Party, but are also leaving the Republican Party and are becoming independent, Shoe. Yeah, is DSA attracting a lot of independents or mostly disaffected Dems? I don't know what the polling or what the numbers on that are specifically, Boy Meets Mini, but I would not be surprised if it was both. Because what people want are fighters, and what people are seeing in the DSA are a bunch of fighters.
A car to get married, to have kids. You cannot be shocked when they start looking for options outside of the establishment. Huey Long, one of my favorite politicians, believed that if people had their needs met and were content and happy and had jobs and could feed their families, communism or fascism would never come to America because people would have no reason to revolt or want those things. They would be happy with what they had. He believed that extreme economic inequality created political instability. And as the economy
Again, Huey Long, which, yes, I forgot that is Shoeonhead's favorite politician, which explains a lot of her fucking takes. Basically, he's like a social democrat, but is a problematic social democrat. Like, he's anti-racist, but he'll be a bit racist about it. Like, he'll be very, very problematic about it, which is just like... She's, like, complaining about dark woke, but Huey Long was one of the original dark woke people. Like, okay, bro. And by the way, these motherfuckers, for example, all her fucking fans, consistently say that she's consistent in terms of her beliefs. Okay, buddy. He upheld segregation too? Yep.
Continues to go to shit and wages don't increase, and retards like Dan Crenshaw respond to these issues with basically let them eat ramen. We are going to see people moving to all different directions on the political spectrum. Personally, until there's a Democratic Party that isn't prisoner to identity politics or isn't completely cucked by race grievance, I'm not a Democrat. And until there's a Republican Party...
Fucking Shoeonhead says that the... Oh, man, dude. Fucking the Democrats are cucked to race grievance. Oh, man. Okay, Shu. Nice meme, dude.
Party that actually cares about workers and isn't completely cucked to a certain foreign country. I'm not a...
Oh, Shu. I have bad news for you, Shu. That's never going to happen in the Republican Party. So the fact that you keep adopting all the far-right framing that benefits the Republican Party makes no sense. By the way, all of her fans will keep saying that she's being entirely consistent in terms of her beliefs. Okay, dude. Nice meme.
A Republican. I'm trying to look like Hasan. I look like a f***ing femboy. Wait, hold on.
Hi, my name is Sock.
I look like I would be groomed on Discord. What the actual...
fuck is this,
Alright, I need to get out of this. I need to get out of this. In conclusion, I do not like seeing politicians run from accountability. I like transparency. If you change your mind...
Yeah, dude. What is AOC being held to account for in terms of saying woke 1.0 was crazy?
On something, tell me why. This woke 1, woke 2 is a headache. I'm done with it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think there's a chance AOC is being genuine? Are you willing to believe politicians who have said they've changed their mind on things? Have you changed your mind on things since like 2020? If so, what? If you like this video, please subscribe.
Yeah, dude. Shoeonhead, known for changing her mind on things. Stupid fucking video from this stupid, unthinking, unfeeling, fucking dumbass bimbo who will never change from any of her behaviors and has made it extremely clear that she will never reflect genuinely on any of her fucking positions. Why? Because unfortunately she knows what buttered her fucking bread, and that is being a extremely fucking weird, like, antisocial fucking dipshit who basically parrots all of the exact same dumb fuck anti-woke positions that a lot of far-right people like to fucking glam onto for some reason, but all of them soy pog out saying like, oh dude, but she's been like consistent this whole time, like, soy. Okay, bro, like, nice fucking goddamn meme. And I'm supposed to believe and, I don't know, operate under the assumption that she has been consistent in terms of all of her fucking beliefs over the past 12 years. Okay, bro. Nice meme. Shoeonhead, you never have and never will learn anything and will never do any genuine reflection in terms of any of your fucking beliefs because you are nothing more than a dumb fucking narcissist. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. What is dark woke again? Basically, you're woke, but you're an asshole about it. Which I have been this whole time. I've been consistent in terms of that. Being consistent means realizing where you can grow and learn to get better. Staying the same is bad. Shoeonhead is like the Imperium of Man, where she is never willing to change because that's what she's just comfortable with. And also, not you. Guess who decided to finally wake up from their sleep? Yeah, it's you. You fat, plump little idiot. You're silly. You've been very mischievous today. You're being a little rascal. Yeah. Are you a sleepy baby? What? You're very liquidy. You're very, very silly. You're very wiggly. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Look at the camera. Say hi to the people. They love you. Okay. Do you want to be let go? There you go. She has learned how to jump off of things now. And she has learned how to climb. Is some of the stuff that she has learned. Alright. Let's get this dumbass build done. What are you looking at? Apparently while I was away and I was at the engagement party I was at, when my buddy came in to feed her, he said, yeah, when I came into the room, I saw her sleeping on your chair. I'm like, that's hilarious. She likes sleeping... I mean, she does like sleeping in my lap. It makes sense that she would also like sleeping on my chair. What are you doing? Going to the bathroom? Good girl. Alright. We have our shitters. All that's left is the iron ingots and connecting the belts, and then this shit will be done. Talk about another serious issue, so I'd rather ask in the perfect timing appropriately instead. That's fair, IDC. We just finished shitting on Shoeonhead. And whoa, she was wrong about everything again. Shocker. My name is Shoeonhead, and I love bitching, moaning, and complaining about irrelevant bullshit as always. Thank you, Shoe. But I hate it when people call me far right. I don't understand why people do this all the time. I only adopt their framing for all of their for their issues specifically at all times. Okay, bro. I don't understand why all these like far right weirdos are saying that I'm consistently owning the libtards. Okay, dude. Why would they ever do that? I'm such an uwu small bean. I will never take responsibility for anything in my life. All I know is that Shoeonhead does have me blocked because she's a bitch and hates any form of criticism because she lives in a bubble. The only thing I can assume is that either... Because I don't think I've ever interacted on any one of her posts. I don't think I have. Either A, she saw one of my fucking videos. So I will suck my own cock and say that she did... probably watch one of my videos. Either that, or she's just pissed I was snarky one time to her or something. I don't fucking know. Who knows exactly with Shoeonhead why she fucking blocked me. But she did. And I'm just going to operate under the assumption it's because she probably watched one of my videos fucking dunking on her consistently. I will suck my own cock, and no one will stop me from sucking my own cock. Ay, 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 ay. I don't like how Shu's almost like a popular React piece, especially in the VTuber sphere, because she's just wrong. It's because a lot of the more... Because I know who exactly you're talking about. So if we're talking about people like Smugalana or Squoochan, or a lot more of these right-wing flirty type of VTubers who mostly flirt with right-leaning politics, but don't actually fully commit to it because they're cowards. The reason why they like reacting to Shoeonhead is because it's like an easy sort of way to glam onto a particular audience. Like, it is an incredibly, incredibly easy way for them to glam onto Shoeonhead's audience, who they know are a bunch of lonely, depressed fucking weirdos who are their exact audience demographic that they are looking to appeal to specifically themselves. Duh, aren't you literally doing the fucking meme? Yes. And you can suck my balls. Most people who are like, you know, most of like the big mainstream like independent English VTubers or even the Japanese VTubers, most of their audiences are fucking normies. Or even like some form of like liberal progressives, because they're all like liberal progressives.
Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of Discord and VTuber bullshit.
Like, I mean, for example, if you look at like an Iron Mouse, let's just go with Iron Mouse because everyone knows Iron Mouse. She is probably some flavor of like a liberal fucking progressive. She's a liberal progressive. She used to not be a liberal progressive. She used to be a little bit of a more edgy girl or whatever. And that's like fine. That's like whatever, right? So long as you're not like weird about it. That's really about it, right? If you want to be like a little bit of like an edgy weirdo, because like she used to do like collabs all the time with like Nuxtaku, right? That's whatever, right? She didn't know any better. I'm willing to be charitable to Iron Mouse. Why? Because I respect Iron Mouse. Unlike a lot of other people, which I have I do not respect a lot of people, in generally speaking in these spaces. Iron Mouse, of course, okay, of course you're just going to soy pog out over the SCP stuff. Why am I not surprised? Same with like a lot of the people, for example, in the general English VTubing sphere, which is why a lot of the far right weirdos don't like the independent VTubers in the far right, in the English VTubing sphere. Like what? I don't know. Besides your Iron Mouses of the world, I mean, there's a ton of others like your Bows of the world, your Trickies of the world, your Noomies of the world. Most of these girls, if I were to put them on the political spectrum somewhere, yes, I will do it because I'm a fucking nerd. they would all be some flavor of liberal progressive, which is fine. Like, no one really cares about that. I'm not going to fucking bitch, moan, and complain about that because it's just not effective and it's useless politically speaking. I do not care, to be honest. And that's fine, right? They don't want to get into the minutia of it, which is understandable. Far-right weirdos don't like it because for them, glamming onto particular subcultures and genres because they themselves do not have any particularly interesting culture that they adhere to, they have to basically try to be incredibly negative and to drag down people to where they're at. And for a lot of the more right-leaning VTubers, or right-leaning flirting VTubers especially, they see a very, very easy audience that they themselves can fucking grift to. That's what they want to do. And as a result, they just do that. Now, we don't have to mention, like, say, the Kershas of the world, or a bunch of the other, like, more right-leaning VTubers. They're just right-leaning fucking freaks, and ideologically speaking, are just right-leaning. Kersha, again, believes in the Great Replacement theory and has been consistent in her sort of racist bona fides, for lack of a better term. And as a byproduct, a lot of these people have to basically cope and seethe about the fact that the quote-unquote idol culture that they are glamming onto as aggressively as they are will never have any like or respect for most of these far-right fucking freaks and weirdos. Because let's be honest here, their positions amongst normies is highly fucking unpopular. Oh. You almost fell, baby girl, but I saved you. Why are you, like, rolling around? Do you just want to run around and stuff? There. Go. Yes. Leaflets. I forgot about them. Yeah, there's Leaflet. I've shat on Leaflet many a times before. I do not like Leaflet. She's just... Leaflet is basically... I had an old fan of hers come into one of my shorts and explain Leaflet's story. Basically, she's a byproduct of 4chan love bombing. Classic. From the Gamergate days. Is what happened to Leaflet. Because she got into some gun stuff, and then as a result of that, she got love bombed by all the far-right weirdos, and now she never streams with her mom anymore. It's a little interesting. And is now the, I don't know, like, very, very weird, like, pro-AI fucking weirdo that she is now, who has no idea what she's talking about in terms of really any topic. I do wonder how, like, Leaflet is able to get up in the morning. She's extremely fucking stupid. Sag? Eh. It is what it is. Listen, if the correct person talks to Leaflet, she could potentially be pulled out of it, right? But, I don't know. Yeah, it was, I think it was a Tyler Oliveira fucking video that she, like, reacted to. Or something. And did she have any understanding about who or what Tyler Oliveira is and his whole shtick? Probably not, because, again, Leaflet is extremely dim-witted. Like, she unironically admitted that she invited a bunch of minors into her Discord, which had an NSFW section in it, and said that the reason why she wanted a bunch of minors in her Discord was to make sure that they don't fall for the trans propaganda and shit like that. And it's like, I want to teach them to, I don't know, not fall for all the trans bullshit. It's just like, wow, Leaflet, you're a fucking idiot, little bro. God, you're so fucking stupid, bro. Not just for the trans propaganda stuff, but for the fact that you were inviting minors. You wanted minors to come into your fucking Discord, which had NSFW fucking sections in it, and we're basically trying to use transphobia as a deflection for the fact that you were inviting minors in there. Fucking moron. Jesus. Yep. Again, like, I do think that Leaflet is mostly just, like, very dim-witted. Like, she's just an idiot. Just very stupid. A very, very dumb individual. Which is not a crime. It's not a problem. Potentially, depending on who fucking talks with her, she probably could be pulled out of it. I know she did that whole 4-hour debate with Niara, where she was just completely and utterly out of her depth in terms of, like, talk about trans issues. She had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. Which was about expected. Of course. But, what can you do? You know? What bugs me the most, is that she's a Christian LARPer and wears a nun outfit during the Iran War or Israel War content. Are you talking about Celestium? Or are we still talking about Leaflet? Again, most of these people tend to be fucking, like, dumb fucking LARPers and have no idea what the fuck they're talking about in terms of most of these issues. Like, if I were to get my metaphorical hands on them and have a conversation with these people, I would be, like, constantly banging my head on the wall, being like, fuck my life, dude. Why am I fucking talking about these people? Why am I talking with these people? They're so fucking stupid and they have no idea about any of the fucking bullshit that they purport to care about. Leaflet? Gotcha. Yes. Yeah, Celeste is just a LARPer. Pro Ice is Hispanic. Like, if she was walking around in, like, the street, she would get immediately fucking kidnapped, guaranteed. Like, it's not even a question. Wait, did we get the fucking concrete shitter? Yes, we did. Okay, good. About to say, I should have that all good. Alright, all that's left is now to get the water. But no, like, this is a consistent pattern of behavior with a lot of, like, right-leaning VTubers. Generally speaking, they are woefully uneducated and have no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And if they run into a conversation with someone who actually does know what they're talking about, they will be made to look ridiculous and completely out of their depth. Yeah, they're just stupid. Like, no point of having engagement with these people. They're just dumb. They're dumb and they don't know what they're talking about. They are just stupid people. Oh, duh, why are you being such an asshole to these people? Because I'm an asshole. It's my shtick. It's my thing. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole to people who are willingly incredibly fucking stupid. Like, newsflash, douchebag.
Put this.
Thank you. All right. Do. It was wild and a drain on my lifespan. I can only assume how stupid it was. Again, like, This is I mean, we're talking about fucking leaflets and Celestium's fucking communities, quote unquote communities. I can only assume just how incredibly dim-witted those people are. Just nothing but a collection of fucking nitwits. Even show them live proof, like videos, screenshots of January 6th was violent. They pulled the nut. Ah, most effective rhetorical tactic. You're just wrong. Nuh-uh. Just nuh-uh. I don't believe in reality because reality's liberal and cringe. It's like, okay, bro. Fucking, okay, I don't know, like, buy some rope or something. Like, fuck you. I don't care. Winds up the death punch from One Punch Man. Pulls out a fucking serious punch. It's like, alright, then just Omae wa mou shinderu. Okay, bro. Brain bleach. Okay, I don't care about this. I refuse to look at your, whatever the fuck. Their debate channels and their discords are jokes. They circle jerk their opinions, and only time they challenge their beliefs is conspiracy theories. Yeah, because it's right-leaning people who are debating. They're not interested in debate. They're not interested in actually having their ideas challenged because they're too stupid to have their ideas challenged. They can never defend any of their fucking positions, right? So, whatever. Just dumb. They're just dumb people. It's just a collection of incredibly stupid people being incredibly fucking stupid. You got called the Fed for saying the term conspiracy theory? Well, yeah, of course. Most of these people are fucking 4chaners. Or wannabe 4chaners. Or came from 4chan. Like, they just want an echo chamber. That's it. Yeah, exactly. They are uninteresting, and to be honest, there's very little point in engaging with them, honestly, or even on principle, because they don't have any. Mostly because they're too stupid to have them. The fuck are you doing here? Death. Death. But yeah, welcome to any engagement with right-leaning people. They get triggered about the fact that you are in trying to engage with them, call them out for their stupid, nonsensical fucking claims, and you get called the fucking glowy for that. It's just like, okay, bro. Like, it's not my fault that you're a triggered little fucking snowflake. Really not my problem. I think I even had a 1-hour debate about ice with one of them. Oh boy, I can only assume what that was like. Whatever, like, pretzels these people have to, like, contort themselves in order to justify. Actually, ice is totally a heckin' based and okay in terms of their actions against Renee Nicole Good or whatever the fuck. They're not violating the Constitution at all, whatsoever. They can't do that. It's like, yeah, because they're too stupid to understand what the Constitution is. You got flat out banned in Celeste Discord just for asking why they believe in what they believe. Yeah, because again, you're actively challenging the echo chamber, and those people want an echo chamber. That's it. For all the fucking constant fucking bluster from these people talking about like, the left wants nothing but echo chambers. It's like, well, I'm just asking some simple questions about like why you think the way that you think, and I just get fucking banned from your Discord. Like, I thought this was supposed to be a debate channel, not a fucking jerk-off sesh. If I want to have a fucking jerk-off sesh, I'm going to turn stream off and open my fucking phone and jerk off, okay? I came here to ask some questions about what you people think and believe in. And I'm not getting answers to those questions. It's like, what the fuck am I supposed to think then? I don't remember much, but I think we mostly talked about Renee Nicole Good. Oh yeah, like, very clear instance of... I can already assume what they probably said. Oh, she was clearly turning into them. Clearly she had the intent of running over that ICE officer. No, there wasn't. No evidence has been presented. Literally, there's like a Twitter video that I have bookmarked just in case to just show that that's just not the case. But whatever. Again, none of these people care. And they'll just, like, move on to the talking point of saying, like, well, clearly she's, like, a lesbian, so she's, like, she's gonna be more proponent to fucking violence or something. She should have complied with the officer, who was, like, basically not following even basic police protocols, but whatever. Stupid. Just stupid. Just a collection of incredibly unintelligent fucking people. For being generous. And here's the thing. The reason why the right does not like genuine curiosity is because the right is against the concept of critical thinking. They do not want you to be able to critically think or actually believe in things. They do not want people to be able to critically think about anything because, again, echo chamber and people who are capable of critical thinking is dangerous for a right-leaning movement. There's a reason why Trump consistently says and talks about how much he likes the uneducated. It's like, that's not a compliment, you morons. He's saying that you people are idiots. Pretty much, even brought up a case in 2014, how ICE isn't allowed legally to get in the way of active cars. It's not even like legality. It goes against their training. I think it was Ken Klippenstein, shout out to Kenny Clips, who obtained ICE's fucking training manual. And it was talking about how if you are doing work in terms of in front of a vehicle or whatever, do not stand in front of the vehicle. That is stupid. So again, in every single way that these motherfuckers can be wrong about something, they're just wrong. It doesn't matter, because we're dealing with a collection of incredibly low IQ individuals. And it only makes my hatred of them stronger and stronger, because I do fucking hate these people. The entire debate was, you're a leftist, therefore you're wrong, you're a Fed, and one of them was convinced I was sent by a content creator. Bro, chill, I'm not a spy, Lamau. Man, I thought the right was interested in the marketplace of ideas. What happened? What happened? It's just, I hate it. It's just lazy and stupid. And I've said this before, there's no point in debating, right-leaning people on anything at this point in time, because they do not believe in reality. They live in an alternate universe, in an alternate reality, where who cares about anything? It doesn't matter. So say a bunch of stupid fuck shit because there's no consequences for anything. So whatever, who cares? You can't debate with people like this, because these are people who are fundamentally uninterested in having quote-unquote open conversations with anyone, even though they pretend to do. Right, pulls the contrarian lever all the time to seem anti-establishment while they protect their caste. Pretty much given up on actively debating these people because my debates lead to nowhere. Yep. And that's the point. Innuendo Studios playbook of the alt-right pretty much talks about that 1-to-1. There is very little, very, very little point in debating the far right. A semi-debate with Remnant, which of course went nowhere. Yeah, because Remnant's not actually interested. I know that Nicandros was like talking about how like, yeah, I think like Remnant is probably genuine in a lot of his beliefs, which I mean is probably true. You know, doesn't mean they're any less fucking stupid. But yeah, I mean you can say that the Remnant's probably genuine in a lot of his like far-right fucking goddamn beliefs. I mean, he's a pseudo-intellectual. He has to be genuine in a lot of the idiotic fucking bullshit that he believes in. I don't exactly want that to go like that, but oh well, whatever. Still love how he called me Pearl Clutcher just for pointing out the fact that he had people saying black people are monkeys in his chat. I mean, that's just, it's a bad thing, yeah. It's kind of racist. It's a little racist. Well, why are you being such a pearl clutcher, dude? It's just jokes, bros. It's like, not for black people. It's not a joke to them. But guys, it's okay. Facts don't care about our feelings. I don't know why you're surprised by that, Boy Meets Mini. We're talking about Remnant here. Remnant is a far-right fucking freak. That's like... it's one of the least surprising things on the planet. Oh, Boy Meets Mini's gonna start Pepe posting about the fucking whites. It's over. I cannot allow this Pepe posting. How dare Boy Meets Mini decide to Pepe post? How dare you? Yeah, Basic Logic is just a Nazi. We've talked about Basic Logic. Yeah, he's a Nazi, like 1000%. Another pseudo-intellectual. Who's just like, I'm gonna try to be more intelligent in terms of Nazism because most Nazis tend to be fucking troglodytes and morons. And it's effective, unfortunately. He has grown rapidly in terms of his channel. Mm-hmm. And saw his newest video where he admitted he believes IQ equals race and FBI crime data. Like, how is this allowed on YouTube? Because YouTube significantly loosened a lot of their moderation restrictions. That's why. To appease Trump. That's why. Because normally, yes, that would be against the TOS, but every social media outlet has significantly reduced a lot of their standards in order to appease Trump. And right-wingers. Doing unironic DEI for right-wingers. You know, right-wingers who purport to care so much about DEI always needs DEI in order to be able to have some form of representation and ability to perform within a lot of these algorithms. It's a little interesting, guys. It's a little interesting. I wonder why the right likes DEI so much. I'm just saying. Bros, bros, bros. We just don't want to get sued. Bros, bros, bros. I think we also talked about the black fatigue video as well. I think the video that I oh so cleverly called conservative fatigue, to mostly talk about the quote-unquote fatigue phenomenon that these people are engaging in. Because mama raised a smart little boy. And in comparison to a lot of these people, I'm a fucking brain genius. I'm like a fucking rocket scientist. Alright, get to work. Swastika PFP. Yeah, he's a Nazi, appeals to Nazis. Yeah. He is a Nazi. I did not see that coming. Alright. Pipe done. It's about 1,000. It should be 1,000 pipe a minute. Ack. I'm so thankful my grandpa became anti-Trump because he was originally pro-Trump in 2016. Listen, everyone learns. People do be learning. Alright, definitely no, I do not have the head lift for this. That is for sure. Just want to see how far we get before needing another pump. We don't need another pump? Well, iron is starting to be made. Biggest turning point for him was when Trump stole money from the VA and VFW, which angered him because he was a veteran. Also January 6th. Many such cases. Why are we not pumping the water? What's going on here? Are we being stupid? Nice. Alright, what the fuck's going on here? Alright, pump the water, asshole. Get the fuck to work. Okay, so far so good. Okay. These should be fine now, I think. Yeah, okay. Problems have been fixed. Yeah, the spice will be flowing. No, that's what I like seeing. SSPK recently more politically active 2020. Considering Obama was less active, but now I'm really paying attention because this is a shithole. Yeah, just like pretty much every case with people who are young and progressive, especially nowadays. And this is what we call the spice flowing. Alright. 1,000 iron pipe a minute. That should take care of our iron pipe woes. And by the way, this can go up. I think like 1,500 or something. 1,600 iron pipe a minute. 1,000's more than enough, though. Oh, what's the time? It's like 2 o'clock, isn't it? Yeah. I'm gonna save the Angie Nixon stuff for tomorrow. We need to do the other stuff right away. It took too long on the Shoeonhead shit, as always. Thank you. Thank you, the Plague Doctor. Appreciate that, bud. The artist did a fantastic job. Alright. She did a good job, folks. Alright, we're not talking about Angie Nixon, not today. We're talking about Marky boy. Alright. Honestly, let me get the more important thing out first. Alright, time to talk about Hank Pecker. Or his Hankus Beckus Schmeckus. Oh, I have multiple videos where we dunk on Shoeonhead, so meh. It's par for the course. Par for the course. Problem is that I'm a cat dad, or rather a kitten dad, so I'm tired. Because I have to wake up early to feed her. Constantly. I stream late. Constantly. Alright. Let's get started. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? HASAN Piker singing We Are Charlie Kirk at the Fear and live tour. Man, this sure has a lot of views. 22 million views. I'm sure that the comment section is going to be very, very rather normal about this. Oh. Man, a lot of the far-right people are definitely not triggered about the fact that other far-right people decided to make some weird AI tribute song for Charlie Kirk in order to be able to martyr, well, that stupid motherfucker. I've talked about this before. I'll talk about it again. But Charlie Kirk, am I upset to see him go? Do I think it's a good thing that he got assassinated? No, obviously not. It's not a good thing that he ended up getting fucking assassinated because, well, I don't think political assassinations are really a good thing in general. Period. End of story. Should be relatively simple. But all the people who celebrate his death because of all the stuff that his rhetoric inspired in terms of like mainstream Republican thought, am I going to really I don't know, pearl clutch over all the people, I don't know, celebrating his death? No, not really. I do not give it a flying fuck, to be honest. And obviously, all the far right pulled out the greatest hits, dog shocker. Oh, why do you care about the assassination so much? And mouse suit and stuff. And funnily enough, it was also a bunch of blue MAGA weirdos who were talking about this as well. So it's just like, okay, bro, like, nice meme. Very, very fucking stupid. Well, basically, Plague Doctor, the whole shtick with Charlie Kirk is he used to be more like a secular libertarian. And then he turned up the racism because of the Groypers, mostly, to try to put as much a quick of a bow as possible on Charlie Kirk. So you may be wondering, well, Daho, this does not really seem to be that big of a deal. This is a, I don't know, line of behavior by the right. They will always like pearl clutch and I don't know, hand wring consistently all the time, and just like bitch moan and complain all the time. Yeah, how dare you mock Charlie Kirk? Meanwhile, people make fun of George Floyd. Obviously, the hypocrisy does not go over my head. What we're actually here to talk about is this. Abdul al-Sayed surrogate HASAN PIKER threatens American Jews. Okay. You better speak out in favor of Hamas and against Israel, or bad things are going to happen to you. Now, I've seen this account before, this Max Nordau individual. They're just a Zionist dumbfuck, and they have no idea what they're talking about. Now, did Hasan actually say this? If I were to make an assumption, probably not. But why don't we take a look at the fucking clip that everyone seems to be having a massive fucking conniption about, and that everyone seems to be focusing on right now.
And you want to know why? Because people don't fuck with Israel any longer.
That's true.
And if Jews in America keep putting this idea out there that they are singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone's going to come around and take action, not against.
That's true. That's just factually accurate. So, I don't know, Max. I mean, you are a Zionist, so obviously. Oh, a genocide scholar, by the way, and from Florida. Featured in Tucker Carlson's newsletter. I'm seeing a lot of interesting stuff. So this fucking Zionist dipshit does not understand the fact that, again, this is about a 90-10, like 80 to 90% issue within the Democratic constituency. Everybody fucking hates Israel within the Democratic Party. Why? Not because they're all Jew-hating, I don't know, whatever the fucks, and want to see all Jewish people get murdered or something. No, it's because people have an understanding that, all the stuff that Israel is doing in terms of its crimes actually kind of bad, and we don't really like this all that much. It's not a good thing, right? They have seen all the videos of all of the actions that Israel is consistently perpetrating within Gaza, within the West Bank, and are saying, ooh, we don't really like that all that much. Not really. We fucking hate this shit. And as a byproduct, and what Hasan is talking about here is that if you are a Jew in America and you are defending the actions of Israel, that's not a good thing. Because there have already been shootings at synagogues by Muslim people, not because they're anti-Semitic or whatever, but because their families got bombed within Lebanon or within Palestine. And because of the fact, and I've talked about this concept before, people believe and think that they are the masters of their own fate, that they are the masters of their own sort of like environment, especially amongst humanity. And if they see things that are obviously wrong, considering the liberal international world order that we find ourselves under, that is supposed to be governed by humanitarian law and also other international institutions, and they see that those international institutions are clearly not doing anything at all whatsoever in terms of being able to rein in the obvious actions of a rogue terrorist state doing things illegally, mind you, in terms of their actions that everyone sort of agrees is illegal, by the way, but not the United States of America, it makes perfect sense that someone is going to take matters in their own hands to try to fix the issue. Not that I think it is a good thing. Obviously, it is bad, but this is a natural fucking byproduct. This is the expected outcome. Very, very simple consequentialist thinking, but apparently Zionists don't get that.
The state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews.
That's a fact.
Okay? We're teaching people the wrong lesson. I don't know how people don't recognize how dangerous this predicament is, how dangerous this is for Jews.
Zion, in terms of Zionism and Judaism, because what Zionists do all the time, especially this fucking moron over here, they do a constant fucking conflation all the time. Again, Zionism is a ethno-nationalist, ethno-supremacist political ideology, whereas Judaism is a religious and a cultural affiliation. Like, for fuck's sake, HASAN has a 30-minute speech at Oxford talking about this exact conflation that this motherfucker is doing all the time. It is dangerous that Israel keeps conflating the thoughts of all Jews to that of Zionists. Newsflash, douchebag, not every fucking Jew is a Zionist.
You're running around basically tying your entire identity to a country that inevitably will be seen as basically Jewish ISIS.
That's true.
And you're saying...
Norm Finkelstein said this pretty much perfectly. I do not blame the Houthis for thinking that all Jewish people are Zionists, because guess what? That is what they've been taught to essentially see in terms of their observable environment. They see the state actions of the state of Israel, they see them as all Zionists, and they think that every Jewish person acts in the exact same way. I do not blame them for saying this. I'm paraphrasing what Norman Finkelstein is saying here specifically. But I do not blame them for thinking that way, because those are the only actions from Jewish people that they are seeing. It's not good. It's obviously bad that the Houthis sort of think that way. But can you really blame them if they keep seeing the actions of the state of Israel and they are constantly told and bombarded with propaganda saying that this is the Jewish state, this is something that all Jews agree and believe in? That's the danger, Max, you dumb motherfucker.
As Jews, this is all we care about. You're making anti-Semitism worse. And you want to know...
That's just true, by the way. And this motherfucker is making anti-Semitism worse. Oh, and apparently, well, you know, yeah. This is like a random 51 seconds out of a 7-minute fucking goddamn spiel. A bit of a segment here, but whatever. Nobody's threatening anybody. HASAN Piker is a reasonable man. He's concerned for you. Oh, really? And he understands sincerely it's understandable to care about anti-Semitism. Although the thing you're frightened of was when was somebody's sales pitch to begin. How do you tie the two? You say, well, Israel is the only thing standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening. That's how you do it. I don't even know what the fuck this schizophrenic screed is talking about here. Like, that is he's talking about the propaganda that Israel uses in order to basically just... I think he's talking about how Benjamin Netanyahu says that Israel is the only thing that's standing in the way of the next Holocaust happening, which we know that's a Zionist talking point. It's not true, by the way, because, well, you know, Israel is currently doing the next fucking Holocaust, but whatever. Genocide for me, but not for thee kind of a deal, but... That's a whole different fucking story. But yeah, basically, this motherfucker is saying that, or rather is having a problem with the fact that a lot of the actions within Israel, that Israel is doing against minority fucking populations within their borders, against the Palestinians specifically, with the propaganda of saying that, you know, to prevent another Holocaust, you need Israel. Every Jewish person should go to Israel as a, way to prevent another Holocaust. And the reason why it's fucking stupid to think that way, because it's just nonsensical. There will always be more ethnic cleansings and fucking genocides. whether a particular state exists for someone or not. Like, does this motherfucker think that you need an ethno-state in order to be able to stop a fucking genocide? No, that's fucking stupid, because to have an ethno-state necessitates ethnic or genocide in order to be able to be achieved. But whatever, it doesn't matter. This dude's a fucking dipshit. And was constantly fucking soy-pogging out about the fact that he created a fucking news cycle. Yeah, this dude is very, very sort of excited about the fact that he created this whole sort of like HASAN fucking I don't know, talking about HASAN and all this whole sort of like news cycle talking about HASAN for a clip where he's essentially just making the anti-Zionist sort of position and tying this all to Abdul al-Sayed. And this guy seems to be very interested in constantly using Abdul al-Sayed's full name. I wonder why you're doing that, Max. Is there any particular reasoning for as to why you keep using Abdul's full fucking name here? That's a little fucking interesting. Clearly it can't be because of like whatever Islamophobic predilections that you currently have for this dumbass who purports to be a Democrat, quote unquote. But whatever, shouldn't be really surprising here. Funny how the tables flipped when right-wingers would make fun of the leftists for name-calling when they disagree with something, but now whenever you criticize Israel, now suddenly they call you anti-Semitic? Well, that's Zionist propaganda 101. Yeah, remember, guys, the right are base and don't get triggered, like unlike the woke snowflake left. Yeah. It's fucking stupid, obviously. But unfortunately, Abdul al-Sayed took the bait. He took the bait. He took the bait. It's unfortunate that he decided to take the bait, because I'm going to tell you right now, this response here is not going to satisfy anyone. Abdul, this does not help, my man. You're only going to piss off the left, and you're going to piss off the eternally online blue MAGA weirdos who are just doing this to try to take down your campaign because they don't like the fact that you're Muslim, little bro. But we'll just go over this letter real quick. I believe all Americans deserve the right to advocate for what they believe without fear of violence. This is particularly true for communities that have been intimidated for their beliefs in the past. My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to the safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, and we need to address it in all forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts the community at risk. But I want to be so clear, nobody speaks for this campaign besides me and my campaign spokespeople. Because, again, that's what they're hyper-specifically fixating on, saying that, HASAN the surrogate is clearly speaking for Abdul al-Sayed here when he says all this fucking bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Abdul, will you condemn HASAN? Are you going to condemn HASAN PIKER? Are you going to condemn Kamasakahabi or whatever the fuck? Because that's what all of these like blue MAGA dumb fucks basically want. They want a condemnation explicitly from Abdul, and Abdul is just not willing to do it because I think it's stupid. But here's the thing, like, he's inherently trying to capitulate a little bit to the framing of all the fucking Zionists, which is going to piss off the left-leaning people. And here's the thing, with this last line right here, it's going to piss off all the blue MAGA weirdos. Like, no one is going to be happy with this response, unfortunately. You have to anger one fucking side, and I think it is the blue MAGA weirdos who do not care about you winning anyways, because they just hate a Muslim man. Like, that's like literally all that it is. And here, and while politicians and pundits try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, which they are, we're going to be talking about gas, groceries, good schools, and healthcare, because that's what Michiganders keep asking about. It's why I'm fighting to keep money out of politics, money in your pocket, and Medicare for all. This line right here is what's going to trigger all the blue MAGA fucking weirdos. Again, they don't actually give a shit. I've talked about this before, and I'll talk about it again. Blue MAGA, all these like fucking weirdos like Hutch, Destiny, Wick, and all these like K-Hiver fucking schizophrenics and morons like this guy, they don't care about Democrats actually winning. They care about one thing and one thing only, seemingly wanting the genocide happening within Israel to keep going and keep killing a bunch more Palestinians. For what exactly? Meh. Because in reality, they are just anti-Semitic little fucking weirdos who are okay with going along with the Zionist fucking propaganda, which is born out of anti-Semitism in of itself, and they just have this massive fucking hate boner for Muslims. That's literally it. Surprised they didn't bring up Jake Lang, who's actually dangerous. Yep. I'm assuming, I'm guessing Blue MAGA are Zionists or something related. Typically, they do tend to be Zionists, the Plague Doctor. But in reality, what Blue MAGA is these guys are just have complete spite rage crash outs for the left and act the exact same as MAGA. The logic is similar, where they will just immediately defer to all the centrist candidates, and will just do anything possible to just have the centrist candidates win. And if their preferred candidate does not win, they'll just try to be wreckers for the more progressive candidate in a fucking race instead. Basically, I'm saying that the line of logic between MAGA and Blue MAGA are the exact same, even though they'll call the DSAs and progressives Blue MAGA in reality because they believe in like horseshoe theory centrism. It's like, no, dude, like Blue MAGA is a line of thought. It's not a political prescription or an ideology. Or not, political movement or political philosophy. It's an ideology. It's a way of thinking, which is similar to that of MAGA, but whatever. These people do not give a shit about that. But here, I mean, like, with all of the people constantly trying to come out because the media has been soy-pogging out for HASAN, which plays to exactly what the far right wants, because the far right, literally, there was a pundit on Fox News who said that the only card that the Republicans have to play is the HASAN card, and they're going to keep talking about HASAN over and over and over and over again in order to make, I don't know, a bunch of Democrats and the media dance to the tune of the Republicans, which is what they're exactly doing. And guess what? Adam Mogler, the Mogler himself, does not fall for the propaganda because he understands that why the fuck are we talking about a Twitch streamer? Literally talk about anything else. It's stupid. Don't disavow. Just campaign, move forward, and focus on the issues. Do not let the fucking media narratives that all the far-right weirdos and all the Blue MAGA centrist dumb fucks who are just falling for the fucking propaganda. For what reason exactly? Because they're just racist like fucking far-right weirdos. It's very intriguing and interesting. That they are just falling for the propaganda. For what exactly? Meh, just because they hate brown people. Let's be honest here. They just hate brown people. And they just want to do the bidding of the far right for them for some reason.
Should Al-Said separate from him?
I think that when it comes to HASAN PIKER and Abdul, there doesn't need to be a disavowal. I think that's fruitless, and I think it's just conceding to these right-wing frameworks.
He gets it. Because that's what it is. You're conceding to the right for literally nothing. Just because you're afraid of someone named HASAN. Okay, dude.
Genuinely think that Donald Trump surrounds himself with people that are just as like radical as HASAN PIKER on a daily basis. The way that Stephen Miller is always screaming and frothing at the mouth on Fox News every single week. I mean, Donald Trump surrounds himself in campaigns with many extremist radical people. The Republican Party is like uniting around Max Miller.
Quick reminder, Max Miller has multiple domestic abuse allegations against him.
After he allegedly broke his 2-year-old collarbone.
And also traumatized his fucking daughter as well.
I'm not trying to compare any of that to HASAN PIKER.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
I'm just saying that the Republican Party holds themselves to one standard and then holds Abdul al-Sayed to this impossibly high guilt by association standard. No, we shouldn't disavow it.
And it's not only the... okay. Adam is correct here, obviously. The point is correct. There's a expansion that you can definitely have here, and that is also with the Democratic establishment and also the American media. They're dancing to the tune of the far-right fucking MAGA extremists, which they purport to despise so much. So again, Adam is correct here. He's not wrong, right? There are disagreements that actual liberals can have, because I don't think all these blue MAGA weirdos are liberals whatsoever. I think they're conservatives, but they are coping about the fact that they are liberals. All these like blue MAGA fucking weirdos are completely out of depth when it comes to how politics, generally speaking, works. But whatever. Yeah, they barely cared about Kanye and Fuentes, who had dinner with the president, and Kanye, I guess, was a Nazi, and Fuentes is still a Nazi. They had dinner with Trump, but, got a pearl clutch over Hasan instead. The standard, it's ridiculous. It's incredibly fucking stupid, but I shouldn't be really surprised by this behavior from all the dumbass fucking weirdos within the far right and also that of the Democratic establishment. They have no standards, no principles. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, you should be focusing on wanting to defeat the Republicans, but they're not focusing on wanting to defeat the Republicans. That's a little interesting.
Campaigning, keep moving forward, keep laser focus on Mike Rogers. I'd say that's my framework.
That's your framework.
I can agree with that. Makes sense to me. Oh yeah, it's all become a joke. Absolutely, the plague doctor, but whatever. None of these motherfuckers care about that. And here, Hasan himself also had a response to Abdul al-Said's statement. We're not going to go through the full thing. It's like 8 minutes long. I guess there's like a quick summary of it. But basically he says, like, listen, the only issue that I have with this is not this statement itself, in of itself, because it's exactly what he said over and over and over again, but it was this. Trying it back to HASAN Piker's comments regarding Jeremy Moss, which I believe Jeremy Moss, some Michigan state senator, and he's just a complete fucking Zionist freak, right? The problem is as Hasan is saying, is it's legitimizing the smear, and it doesn't make anyone happy, which I 1000% agree with in terms of what Hasan is saying here. That's the problem. Abdul's statement does not make anyone happy, because to the lefties, it looks like you're giving into all the fucking smears. And to the righties, or, well, technically the righties, yeah, sure, the centrist blue MAGA weirdos, you not being non-specific in terms of your quote-unquote condemnation of Hasan is not going far enough. You need to absolutely condemn HASAN Piker or whatever the fuck. So they're not going to be satisfied about this either. Literally, no one's going to fucking care about it. Or rather, everyone's just going to be pissed about it, not care about it. There are going to be a lot of people who are already questioning Abdul al-Said's sincerity on these issues that will then turn around and say he's moderating his position on Israel. I don't think he is. I will say this. I am literally the person that is being dangled, and I am going to tell you once again, he's not moderating on his perspective on Israel or anything like that. And of course, since he mentioned Israel, everyone's just going to get fucking triggered about the fact that he's mentioning Israel. It's just very stupid and incredibly fucking lazy. Hakeem Jeffries decided to fucking chime in on this as well. We're going to get to a lot of the Congress people who are talking about this. Because, oh boy, everyone decided to come out of the woodwork to talk about, again, a 51-second clip compilation. I don't know, like a compilation of clips clipped out of context from, again, something that was about 7 minutes and 20 seconds long. But whatever. None of these people are honest anyways. The malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves is dangerous and anti-Semitic. So should we really be surprised that Apak Shakur over here is parroting a talking point that was never made? When did Hasan ever say that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves? The fuck are you talking about here, you schizo? But okay, man, totally. There is zero justification for threats against the safety of our Jewish brothers and sisters at the moment of rising hate. Oh, that you are totally okay with continuing the perpetuation of because of your deference to Israel. Okay, bro. Nice meme. We'll fight the cancer of anti-Semitism with the fierce urgency of now. Yeah, sure, dude. I'm sure you will do a good job with that $1.5 million of pro-Israel PAC money. Okay, bro. Nice meme. Of course, Hasan in response saying, do not let a coordinated Republican smear campaign become reality. My argument against the dangerous false conflation between Zionism and Judaism, which AIPAC Shakur fucking loves to do consistently, which in turn increases anti-Semitism, is now turned on its head. Zionism is not Judaism. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. But then again, AIPAC Shakur and all the other Zionist weirdos have to do this conflation consistently in order to justify the ethnic cleansing happening within Palestine. Because again, that's where all the fucking military industrial bucks is coming from. But here, the person that's apparently being talked about here is this Jeremy Moss individual, candidate for Congress in Michigan's 11th. Oh boy, I sure hope you're going to have a great time against that in that race, buddy. You're totally not going to lose whatsoever, being the Zionist weirdo that you are. Since the primary election, Abdul and I have been in continual dialogue in our shared fight against MAGA extremism. Sure, man. Totally. We have also talked about Jewish and Arab safety and security, both here at home in Michigan and in the Middle East. Coexistence among all of our communities is essential for the future prosperity of all Michiganders. These important conversations do not fit neatly in the confines about a tweet or a reel. Okay, then why the fuck are you complaining about HASAN PIKER then? Like, why are you complaining about all this bullshit then? About a clip compilation that was taken out of context by this fucking moron. Okay, dude. Nice meme. Like so many want to. I'm grateful that Abdul and I are having them. There is work ahead to unite our ticket despite our differences. It won't happen overnight, nor should it. It will require continuing outreach that is credible and authentic. Yeah, dude. Totally. Yeah, credible and authentic. I definitely believe that credible and authentic is coming from you, Jeremy. But provocateurs are exploiting this moment to create further divisions. Now, is he going to criticize the far right that are doing this? Because technically speaking, Jeremy is correct here. And Hasan has been very consistent in terms of his anti-Zionist advocacy. Why don't we take a look? I will not be lectured by a California podcaster about what Oakland County, Michigan's Jewish community should and shouldn't believe. And immediately fumbles. Yeah, dude, because talking about the conflation between Zionism and Judaism, talking about how that actually increases anti-Zionism, talking about how Zionism is not Judaism, and anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and you're deciding to go ahead with the dumb fuck anti-Semitic belief in Zionism, as a way to fucking, I don't know, get some dig at Hasan. It's genuinely fucking pathetic, dude. Like, very, very fucking stupid. And we clearly won't be gaslit that we're responsible for anti-Semitic harm upon us. Again, was that something Hasan said? No. Because if you listen again, he's talking about the deference that Jewish people have placed within Israel, or that American Jews have within Israel, right, in terms of Zionism, is incredibly dangerous for them. Because guess what? The conflation between Judaism and Zionism makes it such that every single person is going to start to think, oh, if you're Jewish, therefore you have to be a Zionist. And because you're a Zionist, therefore you have to be okay with all of the actions that Israel is taking within the Middle East, when it's actually more complicated than that. But whatever, stupid. The attempted murder of Jewish children in West Bloomfield has no justification. Was Hasan ever justifying that? Okay, dude. And as a Democrat and a believer in our Constitution, I will never agree with Mike Rogers' dangerous election denial, backing of ISIS cruelty and obedience to Donald Trump, and his future court picks that will erode our rights. Let me be clear, I'm not supporting Mike Rogers. Yet you effectively are, because you're like a Zionist fucking weirdo. You are effectively supporting the positions of MAGA. But whatever. Do Zionists care about that? No. The fucking liberal delusion that these people have is incredible to me. But here, Congresswoman Hillary Scholten, who also has been a bit of a fucking weirdo in terms of, I don't know, having a hard-on for Hasan, who is a Israel first politician. She also came out immediately to do the whole sort of like disavowal of HASAN PIKER and forcing Abdul to try to disavow HASAN PIKER, which effectively does really nothing. And yeah, she takes about $440,000 in pro-Israel PACs. Wah, 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 wah. But yeah, if I was an Israel first congresswoman with a possible cheating scandal with a Republican in the state, spicy, I wouldn't spend so much time vying for the spotlight by actively defaming a prominent anti-Zionist voice to harm the then Senate majority chances over a 90-10 issue. Again, very, very popular to not be a big fan of Israel's actions and the state of Israel, generally speaking, because of its actions going on within the West Bank and fucking Palestine. I could really give less of a flying fuck about this like schizophrenic weirdo Hillary Schulten's positions about this, because she has the Hasan fucking derangement syndrome like many other people seem to suffer from within the United States of America, which effectively does nothing and only seeks to further alienate the Democratic Party and the whole sort of establishment apparatus further and further away from their fucking constituents. Again, this shit's like an 80-20, 90-10 issue, and you're taking the side of the 10 to 20%? Very, very fucking strange. But here, this was the guest that Hasan had on his fucking show when he said that exact same sort of position about being anti-Zionist. A Jewish person believing in anti-Zionism. A bit of a complication in terms of the narrative there for all the Zionist fucking weirdos. And here's the thing. A lot of Jewish people, I would probably even say like the majority of Jewish people within the United States of America are more than likely anti-Zionist and do not really like the actions of Israel, one of the most prominent anti-Zionist voices within the United States of America. Funny little group called Jewish Voices for Peace. Yeah, good fucking meme. But I guess all those guys are anti-Semitic as well. Stupid. Hi, I'm Madeline. I'm a Jew. I was literally in the studio with Hasan the same day he made the comments everyone is upset about. Let me be very clear. Hasan got clipped out of context. You hear that? You hear that? Oh, but I guess Madeline must be a bad Jew, quote-unquote, or something. Stupid. These people are full of shit. Hasan was literally advocating for the opposite of violence against us, and he always has. He literally did a 30 fucking minute speech about this at Oxford, but whatever. He said the exact same thing about how the conflation of anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism causes Jewish people, like myself, to become targets. Ezra Klein said the exact same thing previously, and no one batted an eye. What Madeline is specifically referring to here is an opinion piece that Ezra Klein had within the New York Times talking about how the Democrats going after HASAN PIKER is fucking stupid. Paraphrasing here a little bit, but then it eventually changed to there is a reason why there is no liberal Joe Rogan. It's a solid little article, unironically, and I agree with fucking Ezra Klein 1000%. And I have a lot of problems with Ezra Klein, a lot of things that I disagree with on him, consistently, in terms of his Abunda sort of nonsense and wanting to do the tactical sort of, I don't know, alliance with the right, which is not going to accomplish anything, but whatever. I've agreed in terms of the whole sort of like hyperfixation on Hasan being a bad thing, because it is a bad thing. It's only making the Democrats look more and more ridiculous. But are people within the blue MAGA sort of sphere actually interested in practicing effective politics? No, not at all. I do think that Ezra Klein is actually interested in practicing effective politics. It's just that the politics that he believes in, I think, is fucking stupid. I spent a full hour with him that same day. Anybody want to check how his behavior was with me? A whole Jewish lady? I'm sitting right there next to him. Care to see what we talked about and how we talked about it? I'll give you a hint. Nonviolence, de-radicalizing people, advocating for the humanity in every single person, Jewish and Palestinian alike. Please, my Jewish brothers and sisters, moms and dads, and bubbies and Zaides? I don't know how to say that. Please hear me. They're trying to trick us. They're playing with our emotions and steering us away from the truth, so we will abandon our principles and join the other side. She's right on the fucking money here, by the way. Why? Based in the fucking Torah, right? The state of Israel should not even exist as it is right now. Orthodox Jews make that argument consistently. It's just like, dude, if you unironically read the holy text of Judaism, which is, again, the whole sort of basis for Jewishness, I suppose, for lack of a better term, the Torah unironically says that the state of Israel shouldn't even be in existence at this current moment. Is Jesus back? No, he's not. So then why the fuck do we have the state of Israel? Doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm begging you, do not let them make you abandon what you believe in. And don't take my word for it. Please, look for yourself to see who is actually on our side and wants to protect us. Look and you'll see who is actually speaking the truth. Chesed v. Emmet? I don't know if that's a... Is this Hebrew or something? I don't know what this is. Kindness and truth. Wait, Chesed v. Emmet. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm not going to dwell on this anymore. Please don't abandon the values our people have carried because you've been convinced of something that isn't even true. Please. Unfortunately, Madeline, your appeals here, correct, of course, but it's going to fall on deaf ears because these guys are fucking freaks. Yeah, they're fucking freaks. And again here, real quick from Ryan Grimm. Democrats have spent months smearing HASAN Piker with out-of-context clips, spending vast sums of money to make him toxic, and now lament that he may be a liability. Yeah. It turns out this shit's just... It's not gonna fucking work, man. Like, this hyperfixation on HASAN that is being, again, done by the right wing. I'm going to say this again. There was an Axios report saying what the strategy was by the Republican Party, what they were going to mostly talk about during their whole sort of conservative conference that's going to happen within September. They said that they were going to hyper-specifically fixate on HASAN. And Fox News pundits were also saying that all we have, basically, is just a hyper-fixate on HASAN. So again... Do not make this all about HASAN Piker. It's not effective. Focus on the issues. Talk about what the Republicans are doing within their positions of power. Like, not to even mention, like, some of the stuff that's happening with the Supreme Court, trying to pave the way for Trump to be able to steal the elections. But whatever. These people are the ones who are supposed to, quote-unquote, care about democracy. Stupid from the Democratic establishment as always. They are completely and utterly fucking worthless. But what else is there to really say? Oh boy, more instances of people having a rage crash out against a fucking himbo for what exactly? Being correct in terms of the problems, the conflation of Zionism with Judaism and anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, saying that in reality, this is what makes the world significantly more anti-Semitic and also more dangerous for Jewish people. But do any of these people actually care about this whatsoever? Does this Max individual care about that? No, because all he's got is a bunch of dumbass fucking propaganda that he wants to sell to a bunch of fucking blue MAGA, centrist neoliberal fucking dipshits and weirdos. A political ideology which is dying. Don't think there's really much else to say besides fuck all these dumbass, limp dick, neoliberal dipshits who want to go alongside with some Republican fucking smear campaigns and wanting to toe the line and just go along with all the Republican propaganda for what exactly? Because they also do not have a vision for the future similar to that of the Republican Party. So time to talk about a himbo fucking streamer instead and go alongside with the far right framing and essentially make the greatest attempt possible of snagging defeat from the jaws of victory. Alright, let's talk about this shit now. It's almost 3 in the morning. Bleh. Mark Ruffalo, aka the Hulk, because he's holding the Hulk, and he's the Hulk in the movies. Whoa, soy pog. Whoa, very, very cool. Is linking Paramount to Oracle's ties to the Israeli military. An understandable tie to make, considering the fact that Larry Ellison, owner of Oracle, who has obviously a bunch of contracts with the Israeli military, with the IDF, and has even given direct donations to the IDF. Paramount, which is run by David Ellison, who is his son, having direct, basically a bit of a connection to the Israeli military, is absolutely fucking reasonable to sort of come to the conclusion of, considering the fact that they are a part of the same exact family. Very, very cool. But here, this is the initial Instagram post that started essentially a cancellation mob against the Hulk. It's a little difficult to fucking read this. Let's try to make it a little bigger so we can see better. Still a little small. Not perfect, but, you know, work with what we got. These really profoundly scary techniques. I can't even read the first part because of the fucking real shit that's on top. What is it? Something about... Oh, the Ellisons using... Funds? Oh, using to fund. Yeah, using to fund David's Warner Brother acquisition. I'm assuming he's talking about Larry Ellison. These really profoundly scary technologies. I believe he's probably talking about Oracle's technology being used, sold to Israel to, again, fund a bunch of the media sort of enterprises that he's looking to grab up. Why? Because Zionist, and he wants to make sure that basically everybody, unironically, is still, I was going to say subservient to Israel, but basically does not challenge Israel's narratives at all whatsoever. Really profoundly scary technologies. We all know that a lot of military tech gets tested within Palestine. There's a consistent pattern of behavior. Will likely be merged into one of the largest media conglomerations in the world and one day used on you. This is absolutely correct. I mean, we're already seeing like all the shit with flock cameras and all the AI surveillance state bullshit that's happening right now. And where does that all get tested? Typically in Israel, which also makes their own AI security fucking bullshit, mostly in tandem with the US and other various US companies. Look how she revels in, I think he's talking about this individual who's talking about, Oracle Executive Vice Chair confirms Israel's occupation and genocide against Palestinians. Run on Oracle's profoundly scary technology, which is mostly like all the AI identifying sort of like technologies to identify quote unquote terrorists. Sure, dude. Whatever. What we now have come to see as a genocide. True. All of the human rights organizations have come to that exact same conclusion, which was built on an apartheid system of oppression powered by Oracle. There is a saying, an old saying, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. From one of the biggest tech companies in the world, powering some of the most destructive and inhuman forces in the world, why has Trump pushed this illegal merger through? Because he wants to make sure that CNN is under his thumb. Yeah, that's why, basically. And unironically, here's the thing with Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo is a little bit of a political activist, so him talking about Paramount in this way is technically quite dangerous for him because they can, well, cut off a lot of his gigs, for lack of a better term. I mean, good luck with that, considering he's the Hulk. So, I mean, sure, man, totally. Isn't there some freak AI tech bro that wants to build a city or some shit over in Palestine or something? You're talking about the luxury resorts that Donald Trump wants to build. You know, Trump Gaza, #1. Yeah, that stuff. And basically have the Palestinians be the nice little worker slaves for all the rich people in the resorts. Larry Ellison will own most of Parabros. Larry is a classic oligarch. They are crushing workers and consolidating the wealth, true, of the world for their own power and concentrated dominance. Druid, this is all about control, fundamentally speaking. What Mark is saying here is correct. We have a chance to stop this. There are 12 state attorneys general suing to block this merger. And I'm trying to think, like, how much media conglomeration and control would Larry Ellison have with this merger? It's like definitely more. It's like, wouldn't it be like 50% or something? It's insane to me, dude. Just how much control would be under this one fucking dude. Guys, we don't support slavery. What are you talking about? Jesus Christ, that is fucked. Yep. This merger is really bad. I do believe that the lawsuits were successful in delaying the merger for about a year. So we'll see exactly how this works out in the courts. Hopefully it works out terribly for the Ellisons. Because we all know why they're doing this. They're doing this at the behest of Donald Trump. So then some stooge at CNN, some Zionist stooge can be installed in CNN in order to make sure that there's not too much criticism of Israel. There will be a loss of 4,500 direct filmmaking jobs and the loss of another 10K ancillary jobs. That's also true as well. Mergers like this are almost always bad for workers, consumers, and the industry they tend to dominate. Is a classic antitrust case. He's correct there. It will hike up the cost of cable and flatten out competition. This means less choice for our audiences. It also concentrates an enormous amount of creative control to companies that say and do things like this strange woman from Oracle. Really profoundly scary people. I mean, again, I don't really disagree with what Mark Ruffalo is saying, but I don't know. I guess all the Zionists are going to come out of the woodwork and say, clearly this is anti-Semitic because of Larry Ellison, I don't know, constantly soy-pogging out for Israel all the fucking time, if I were to take a guess. Yeah, if I were to fucking take a guess. It's fucking pathetic. A consistent pattern of behavior from these ranting and roving dipshits. But here, the response, I believe, from Paramount says this. Paramount slams pro-Palestine actor Mark Ruffalo after he used anti-Semitic tropes. What anti-Semitic tropes? This is also coming from Ollie London, who tried to do everything possible to look like a Korean. So, whatever. I mean, like, what anti-Semitic tropes? Larry Ellison, the reason why he's buying out Paramount is for one reason and one reason only. Because, again, the purpose of this buyout here is to help consolidate more and more media entities like CNN and CBS under the hands of Larry Ellison in order to effectively stymie and stifle American political media to stop people from getting educated in terms of the actions of politicians. That's the purpose of this. What Mark Ruffalo is talking about here is corporate consolidation and more control that's basically being consolidated under one oligarch is correct. Period. End of story. Like, you can just cope and seethe about it. Ruffalo lashed out at the merger, accusing Oracle of supporting genocide that is built on an apartheid system of oppression. Oracle's technology gets tested within Palestine all the time. They have explicit contracts with Oracle. Fucking Larry Ellison has directly donated to the IDF. Okay, dude. Nice meme. In response, Paramount slammed the actor, saying the company is troubled when anti-Semitic tropes are invoked in purported service of a business dispute. Words like genocide and apartheid applied to a corporate transaction aren't just wrong, they're a bridge too far. Oh, fucking stop with the pearl-clutching bullshit, random fucking PR fucking firm, those hired to write this fucking bullshit response. Get the fuck out of here with this bullshit. So are you going to make the claim that Larry Ellison, who owns Oracle, David Ellison, who is his son, who owns Paramount, does not have interest in terms of AI security tech within Israel? You're going to make that claim to me? Okay, dude. Nice meme. And they cheapen the real suffering those words are meant to describe. As expected from Paramount and the Ellisons, if it means deflecting for a fucking genocide, they'll fucking do it. And Mark Ruffalo had a pretty lengthy response to all of this, which, yeah, certainly fucking popped the fuck off on Twitter to the accusation that he is being anti-Semitic when he's, again, scrutinizing a merger and scrutinizing the actions of the Ellisons. Who is Larry Ellison even Jewish? I have no idea. Let me double check. I'm curious. Is Larry Ellison a Christian? He was Well, this is interesting. So, you know, this is the first thing that immediately popped up when I said, is Larry Ellison, is Larry Ellison a Christian? No, he is not a Christian. He was raised in a Reformed Jewish household in Chicago by his adoptive parents, though he became a religious skeptic at a young age and has described himself as an atheist or agnostic regarding traditionally organized religion. He was attending a synagogue and went through a Reformed Jewish childhood. He did not have a bar mitzvah at age 13, and he has indicated that he has no factual evidence to support traditional religious claims aligning publicly with secular or non-believing tech figures. Yet he is like one of the largest fucking Zionists on the fucking planet. Very, very intriguing here. But it's all because, again, through Oracle, he's sold a bunch of fucking AI security tech bullshit to Israel. That's mostly the reason for as to why. But whatever. You can criticize CEOs even if they're fucking Jewish. But do any of these people care about that? No, they don't. The accusation that I'm anti-Semitic is appalling and fundamentally dishonest. Criticizing the actions of the Israeli Prime Minister, a military technology contract, or the executives who supply it is not the same as criticizing Jewish people. Well, unfortunately for a lot of these schizophrenics, it is the same in their minds. It's stupid, obviously, but do any of these freaks care? No. This critical and necessary dialogue is then dishonestly framed as being anti-Israel. Yeah, again, not every fucking Jew agrees with the actions of Israel, but for whatever reason, all these Zionist dipshits have to make it such that, oh, actually, no, every Jewish person agrees with the actions of the Zionist state of Israel. They have to, right? It's the Jewish state. They have to inherently agree with it, which is just incredibly fucking stupid. Do you, as an American, agree with all the actions constantly that America is doing? Ask yourself that question. To be clear, my views come from my own political convictions and should have never been interpreted as hostility towards Jewish people, for whom I have a deep love and respect. Everything I know about acting, activism, and humanism has been profoundly shaped by the Jewish friends, colleagues, and loved ones who have been integral in family throughout every point of my life. Sorry, dumb fuck Zionists online don't give a shit about this because in reality they are just okay with the continued bombing of Palestinian children. This merger has real consequences for real people and for the entire country. Scrutinizing the Ellisons, including Oracle's business, built on data, surveillance technology, and government contracts, and the serious threat to editorial freedom and the loss of a livelihood for thousands of families is fair and necessary. Sorry, Mark. You decided to talk about, I don't know, Zionism in a critical sort of fashion that is against the, I don't know, the ideology of Zionism. So therefore, you have to be, I don't know, deemed incredibly anti-Semitic and must be judged under that fucking lens. Yeah, we are very, very serious political actors. It's fucking stupid, man. The $111 billion deal would hand one family control over CNN, HBO, and Warner Brothers, backed in part by foreign money whose influence on editorial decisions has never been fully explained to the public. Again, I'm very happy that this is why he's talking about this in particular. Again, we know that Larry Ellison, close friends with Donald Trump has a vested interest in having as many media outlets either be state propaganda or not overly critical of him. We've all seen what happens to CBS. Now he wants to do the same to CNN. Backed in part by foreign money, never fully explained to the public, lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have called for serious national security review, and regulators still haven't given the public a real answer. Until they do, the merger shouldn't move forward. Now is the time to dive boldly into all of these issues, not step back or concede. 1000% agree there with the Hulk, or Mark Ruffalo. Should really go without saying that, yeah, you should be fucking criticizing this merger because it is extremely clear what this is all about. More corporate consolidation and control being concentrated in the hands of one fucking family. That it's not about them being Jewish or whatever. No, it's about the president wanting to have one of his buddies in control of all these media apparatuses, so then they can turn it into state media that is not critical of the president of the United States of America. That is the point of this. Why do you think the Ellisons were the ones, along, with the blessing of the Democrats, the ones who decided to do the buyout of TikTok? Oh, because they were mad about the fact that TikTokers and people on TikTok are very critical of Israel. Shocker, I know. And now that fucking platform is basically unwieldy. Fantastic. Very, very cool. But yeah, I mean, like, what else is there to really say? Mark Ruffalo is correct. Period. End of story. To criticize the actions, to scrutinize the Ellisons is not anti-Semitic. It is a recognition that, again, the purpose of all of this is for more corporate consolidation of more media entities under one family. And this is about antitrust. The problems with all these mergers in terms of all the jobs that are going to be fucking lost as a byproduct of them. You notice how in terms of the initial fucking criticisms, he never talks about fucking Jewish people and he never fucking talks about Zionism. That is just some bullshit that was brought up by who exactly? Oh, Paramount. And also all of the fucking Zionist weirdos that probably work for the fucking Ellisons. That's who brought it up initially. Mark never brought it up at all whatsoever. It was the Zionists who made it all about fucking Jewish people. Because again, they have no other fucking rhetorical tactic besides to be dishonest and try to move the goalposts away from an actual poignant criticism in order to do some like civility-brained fucking bullshit, making this all about fucking Jewish people and doing the constant conflation between Zionism and Judaism, which is incredibly dangerous for Jewish people. But then again, none of these people care about Jewish people. They've never cared about their safety at any particular point in time. But I mean, what else is there to really say? It is very, very clear that this has always been about, again, trying to stop any fucking criticism and stifle free speech and protest against these fucking monsters known as the Ellisons, who want to do everything possible for the Trump administration to have more and more media consolidation under him specifically. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Cool. I'm sleepy. I repeated myself a bunch. God damn it, because I'm sleepy. Alright. Who are we writing to? Ugh. Yeah, but But guys, we support free speech, guys. Totally. Ugh. Riverboat Jack and Cirrus are streaming? What the heck? Cirrus does not often stream this late. Who else is on? Oh man. Oh, Pixel's also streaming as well. Boy, what a trip. Ah, you know, many such cases plague Doctor. Just another day in the life of the Daharumba Productions. Very cool, very good, folks. There's a Daharumba guy, but not sure we should rate him. No, what I'm concerned about is I don't know if Cirrus is about to end their stream. I don't want to fucking raid into an empty stream. I see nothing but a black screen. So I'm gonna raid someone else then instead. We raided Riverboat Jack yesterday. So why don't we raid Pixel? Pixel Schmixel. Playing Dota. What the? Can't wait for you to stream again. We do be streaming every single day. Alright, dorks. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. If you're a sub, you say you've been blessed by remaining Jesus with the translator of the Daho raid. But if you are a sub, you say if you're a sub, if you're a non-sub rather, you say the wowie with the Daho raid. But so show appreciation. Those are new to Nikki's Gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and more satisfying factory. Oh boy, and yapping about random fucking bullshit. And you gamers, I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. Same face. Peace out, gamers.